Good morning, everyone. Good morning, early birdies. It's Saturday's sewing quarter with Derek standing in again for Natasha, who's still looking after little Freddie and his chicken pox. Fingers crossed, it all is on the mend and she'll be back sometime next week. Well, we've got a brilliant Saturday lined up for you, actually. There's so much going on. So let's bring up the menu, see what we've got booked in for breakfast. It's tools, tips and techniques today as well. So we're going to learn an awful lot in the next few hours, which is good because I'm a novice, as many of you may be as well. We're going to start off with a bit of quilt as you go, which is fantastic if you've never ventured into quilting before, or you need a quick quilt. Then this you will absolutely love. It's very, very popular and it's coming up in this hour at 9 o'clock. Jenny Fox-Proverbs joins me and we're talking patchwork essentials. So again, lots and lots of tips, fantastic reference books there for you as well. So if you're looking to head into patchwork, then that will be your breakfast all sorted at 9 o'clock with your essentials. We're getting organised at 10 o'clock. Now, that's something I'm very rarely organised at all. We've got lots and lots of fantastic storage solutions for you. They are brilliant. They are very, very popular and very, very practical as well. Far from just a box, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. And in our final hour, Jenny Fox-Proverbs joins me again. I'll learn how to say her name by the end of the show, I promise you that. Quilting and embroidery essentials. She is going to show us a little bit of cross stitch at 11 o'clock. So we've got a packed show this morning. Of course, we want you to get in touch and there are many ways of doing that. You can drop an email straight through to the studio and I would love you to do that as well, because if there are any questions that come up through the shows that you see, I want you to drop us an email to studio@sewingquarter.com. And of course, you can get involved via the website as well. Here it is. It's sewingquarter.com. You click on watch and watch today's show and that will bring up a bigger screen with what's going on right now. There you go. There's the menu that we've just done. It runs slightly behind what happens on TV for you, but the actual graphics run in tandem. And you can message the studio just down there in that little box there. I think Hannah's not quite signed in yet, but when she does, you can message directly. And I would love to hear from you this morning. Are you new to the Sewing Quarter? Have you just found us recently? Have you embarked on some projects? Well, we would love to hear from you by messaging the studio directly here at the Sewing Quarter, studio@sewingquarter.com. Right, fantastic. Now, all of the products that we show you today will all pop up underneath the screen where you're watching me. If you're on the website, underneath all the products that we show will be there as well. So we're getting into a bit of quilt as you go first, which is fantastic for someone like me who has never quilted before. I have to say, completely and utterly, I've been involved in the Sewing Quarter for a long, long time, but I still have not quilted yet. This is a little bit like quilting by painting by numbers, if you like. It's a very, very easy reference guide. The packs themselves show you all the fabric that you're going to need, and you follow along with a YouTube video, and actually you can sort of literally cook as you go. It's almost like somebody sort of cooking for you, but instead of cooking, we're quilting instead. Now, to be able to do quilt as you go, and we've got some finished examples here of what you can create, by the way. So if you want to create something as delicious as this, it's very, very impressive, and it's very, very simple and easy to create as well. Now, this is a different set of fabric, but it shows you, I mean, the Quilt As You Go is basically a printed batting. So it has the pattern it already sort of printed onto it. So what you do is you cut the fabric, sew it in, and as you sew, it quilts, which is perfect. Right, now, let me show you through the fabric bundles we have. Now, are we starting this end or are we starting this end? Let's start purple. Some fantastic fabrics for you. Now, in your bundle, you are going to have enough to make the size of quilt I just showed you there, which is 6 by... Oh, actually, it might be bigger than that, actually. We shall see when we get to it. But you get 2 meters of each fabric in your bundle. So let's start... Sorry, 1 meter of each, I beg your pardon. So you've got 4 meters in total. So let's start with the purple bundle. With this one, you actually get 2 sort of solids. One which is a lighter purple. They're all from Macawa. You've got lilac and you've got violet in this particular bundle. And then you've got the 2 patterned ones, which again, you've got the Macawa spot on, which is lovely. And you've got an Amy Butler fabric there as well, which is so, so beautiful. Look at the pattern on that. Again, they would merge together just beautifully. So that's the Airborne Fabric Bundle, ADGC32, at £37.45. And actually, you've got 4 metres there, which is more than enough to make your Quilt As You Go quilt, and have enough left over for other projects as well. Let's look at your second bundle this morning. This is very nice, actually. Summertime and the living is easy. This is beautiful. Really, really nice combination of fabrics. In fact, we're calling it flames. And I guess you've got all of the colours of flame here, haven't you? From that wonderful, lovely sort of sunflower yellow, which is rather beautiful. We're calling that one maize. It's one of the Macawa solid spectrum. So you get a metre of that. In the orange here, this is rather nice, isn't it? This is the Joel Dewberry. And in carrot, which is lovely. You know, freshly grated carrot is that kind of zesty, lovely, lively orange. This is rather nice, isn't it? This is a linear texture fabric in a pumpkin colour. This is just gorgeous. And I think actually, if you are dressmaking, you've got other projects in mind, I think this fabric would be fantastic for that. And finally, this, which is so, so beautiful. It's like a cream and a purple and a pink. All together. Let's just get rid of that one for a second. So there are the 4 fabrics in this particular bundle. What's this one? This is lovely. This is an Amy Butler. Stitchy Dots it's called, and it's so, so sweet actually. Really, really nice. I love it. So this is Flames on Fire, your fabric bundle. You remember it's 4 metres, so a metre of each, for £43.95, which I think is fantastic, especially to have the Amy Butler in there as well, which is superb. And of course, it could be lots and lots of different projects. Let's look at our next bundle then. Again, this is stunning. We've got some lovely colours going on this morning in these bundles. This one, beautiful. Right, let's start with, I'm going to guess that this is an Amy Butler. I'm only going to guess. This is really beautiful. Oh, it's a Free Spirit, this one. It's lovely. It's a brand new fabric as well from the Ghost range. It's really, really beautiful, actually. It's almost like little cactus shapes, actually, within, and a lovely sort of laurel. Yes, it is a little thistly as well. Very, very nice indeed. In fact, let me show you the other way around, because that may be the right way around for you to kind of see it. There you go. It's good for me, but there you go. It's better for you. Yes, it is almost thistly going on there, isn't it? Very, very nice. Now, next to that, we have got, again, one of our solids. Remember, you're getting a metre of each in these bundles, and then we'll go and quilt as you go. So we've got Jade, which is rather nice, isn't it? That's a lovely, lovely shade, actually. Again, a gorgeous, rich fabric. And we also have a turquoise solid as well, so you get a metre of those. And you've got some linear texture going on in a lovely duck egg kind of colour. Now, I would say that was slightly more of a sage green, actually, than a duck egg blue. So lots and lots of colours. You can see, matching these bundles up, how every fabric just really, really coordinates with the next. So that's that bundle, which is JPGC01 at £36.95. The reason we're doing these now, by the way, is so that we can run them through the system, and then you can look in more detail on the details underneath the player if you're watching us on the website at sewingquarter.com. So that's why we always do the bundles first. So once we've run the graphics, you can actually see everything. Now, our final bundle this morning is called Mother Earth. It is delicious. I love it, actually. We were talking about all of the different coffee colours that you've got going on here, because you've got your espresso going on here, haven't you? Your really, really dark and solid brown, which is just gorgeous. That's so nice. It's got a wonderful texture. It's all solids in this one, which is lovely. So you've got the, what are we calling these colours? We got this one, which is called chocolate. For me, that's like a lovely espresso. Then you've got mocha, which is wonderful. Oh, that's a little bit of coffee and chocolate together, isn't it? Cappuccino, which is slightly lighter, of course, before the chocolate goes on top. And then you've got this one here with a linear texture going on here. Let me see if I can reveal tomorrow. This is lovely. It's vanilla. Beautiful. That's lovely, isn't it? That's almost like when you get a vanilla milkshake and it's got the little, you know when you have the little, the beans from the vanilla pod, the little seeds from the pod going in, that's what you've got there. So 4 fabulous fabrics, a metre of each at £28.95. Fantastic, that's MNGC 47. Lovely, right, so that's all the bundles sorted. Which one of those 4 bundles are you going to go for? Are you going to go for the earthy tones, the earthy colours? Are you going to go for the flames and the oranges, the turquoises and the teals? These are fantastic. They really are. They're beautiful. And remember, you've got a metre of each of those fabrics in the bundles. Right, let's move on to Quilt As You Go. Now, Quilt As You Go is phenomenal. For someone who has never quilted, or for someone that needs to make a quick quilt, I have got... Which one have I got? Hopscotch first, Hannah. We were looking at these this morning, and we love them. We absolutely adore these. That's the one, well, I'll show you in just a second. Now, Quilt As You Go, when it arrives for you, actually has everything that you need pretty much laid out on the front of it. So it tells you the fabric that you are going to need. It actually gives you some little measurements down there in yards. It sets out the entire pattern, and in fact, actually, we've got hopscotch here already made up, and this is brilliant. So the size of quilt that you can make on this one is, let me just have a little look again, it is a 24 by 36 inch quilt. It's brilliant, isn't it? Really, really nice. So you have 6 quilt blocks. Now, the reason why we have this, can I put it down now? Okay, sorry. I couldn't see any monitors there, so I wasn't sure what you were looking at there for a second. You're just having a little look, weren't you? This is brilliant. Now, let me show you how this comes to you. Quilt As You Go is basically a printed batting. So what happens is, it's almost like painting by numbers, if you like. You have the pattern of the hopscotch actually already pre-printed onto the batting. And I don't know whether you can see, it's a little difficult from there, but all of these sections are actually numbered. So it actually shows you the order in which to add the fabrics. I'm not sure whether you'll see the numbers actually. Some of them are a little bit blurred, but you'll soon get the hang of it. Once you've done one block, that's it. And rather than trying to manage a big section all at once, you actually make these in the square. So what I've got there on the desk is sort of one square. Once I unravel this, of course, you'll have 6 squares worth, and you simply cut round using your seam allowance and cut round the blocks, and then basically follow the instructions. Now, if you go onto YouTube on the internet, and all the address details are actually on the packaging that comes with you, you can watch the easy to follow YouTube videos, which I have to say I watched, and they are brilliant. It's June Taylor, Quilt As You Go, which you'll search on YouTube, and she has one sort of master video for Quilt As You Go, which kind of shows you everything to do. It shows you what to cut, how much to cut, and kind of sets out in easy stages that you can follow. And actually, it's really, really easy to follow. From never having quilted before, I have to say, I found it very, very easy indeed. I found it that I would actually be pretty confident to pick up this pack and go. The other great thing about this is, I don't know whether you'll... Oh, actually, there are the instructions on the inside as well. There you go. I knew they were somewhere. They were hiding when we were looking this morning. They're right in the middle. So you do get full instructions with it as well. So it does tell you exactly what to do. In fact, if I show you the back of it, it's all in nice, easy pictures as well, which is even better. So it tells you how to, obviously, allow for your seam allowance there for you. It tells you how many pieces to actually cut out. So on this one, it's 1 3.5-inch square. 2 rectangles, and you've got 2 squares there as well, which you cut in half diagonally. It kind of shows you how to make the best use of your fabric as well, actually. This is brilliant. And, of course, the end result, and, of course, we've used different fabrics on this one where it's been on a different show. But if I just pop that down there for a second, you can see actually just how easy and how simple it is, because you're actually making it one block at a time, which is just superb. I love it. I think it's so easy. For those people who've looked at quilting, you may have watched other quilting shows with our guests and our experts here and thought, I don't know if I'm ready to go free form and start putting blocks together myself. Quilt As You Go actually puts those blocks together for you, and you simply make them block by block, and it even goes through all of the instructions as to how to finish it off as well. And of course, if you buy more than one pack, the bigger the quilt can be. So this one, what we've got, oh, actually, we've already got people multi-buying on this one, and it's not the only design that we have, actually. So this hopscotch one, it's 6 blocks that you've got in the pack. And, of course, actually sewing the pieces to the batting gives you your quilting. Because one of the things I learned very, very early on when talking fabrics, I was involved in the setup of the sewing quarter from a presentation point of view. One of the things that I learned pretty quickly was that the quilting is actually obviously the texture that sewing through different layers in a sandwich, so to speak, actually creates. Now, Quilt As You Go does half of the work for you, doesn't it? Because already you are actually working with pre-printed batting. Now, let me show you the sort of thickness of that batting as well, because that's got quite some sort of, you know, that's really good, actually. That's very, very good indeed. Let me show you the finished result in the actual quilting as well. I'll show you the reverse, actually, because the reverse is actually quite good to see. You can actually probably make out the quilting lines a little more there, can't you? And how good that looks, and of course, onto the finished piece. That creates that real depth and texture as well. I love it. I think it's brilliant. So if you want to make a quick quilt it might be for baby's cot, it might be for, you know, you've just got to add some blocks to another project, or maybe it's your first, to know that you've got the help of those YouTube videos, which is brilliant. And you've also got those full instructions included as well. And those full instructions, they are pictorial as well as being, you know, explained to you in words. But I found the easiest way, I think for me personally, having never quilted before, I think what I would do is just go straight to that YouTube video. It's about half an hour long, and you can literally follow along. And of course, you can press pause and you can go back to wherever you want to. So what you would do, if you want to have a little look now before you buy, if you go to June Taylor, Quilt As You Go, just search that on YouTube. This is her channel. It's the video that, she's got like a master video that she does, which is about half an hour. She's wearing a very bright pink top on it. That was the one that I watched, and it pretty much showed you. It's a universal video. I think some of them, actually, she does go down to the actual design that you're doing. We've got two designs this morning. This is the hopscotch design, which I just love. It's great, isn't it? I'll just show you on this one as well. It really does remind you of hopscotch squares, doesn't it? Do you remember? Even I as a boy, oh, come on, Hannah. We all remember hopscotch, don't we? I mean, it was usually the girls that did it first, but, you know, there wasn't a boy that could walk past a chalk-marked hopscotch and not do the, you know, it had to be done. Listen, please tell me I wasn't the only boy who did that. Drop me an email in right now, studio@sewingquarter.com. This is phenomenal value for money, actually, by the way, £8.95, and there are lots of people multi-ordering. This is not the only design that we have this morning as well, which is really, really good. To know that that comes with full instructions, and of course, if you buy one of your bundles this morning, you've got, in each one of those bundles, you've got a metre of each fabric. So whether you go for the earthy coffee colours, or whether you go for the flame colours that you've got there with the oranges, whether you go for the teals and the turquoise and the Amy Butler and everything else. I mean, you're lucky, lucky people. Everything now is on the website because we've run it all through the graphics. So you'll find it on the website at sewingquarter.com. So all the bundles that we've got featuring in this hour, they are down there too, plus your Quilt As You Go. If you've ever done Quilt As You Go before, by the way, and you've got a picture, maybe you've had the hopscotch one, maybe you've had one of the others, I'd love to see it. Would you share it with us? You can drop it in to studio@sewingquarter.com. Now, Lorraine has sent a picture, but we haven't got the picture, Lorraine. So if you can send it through again for me. It didn't quite come through to the email for some reason. So it's studio@sewingquarter.com. And if you've had Quilt As You Go, how easy did you find it? Was it your first time? Any tips that I might pass on to people? Because I have never quilted so far. I have it here in front of me, but I haven't quilted so far. But I think this has got to be one of the simplest ways to kind of get starting, because quilting is so satisfying as well. It's a great way, actually, you'll see on the June Point videos as well. Great if it's your first project and you have no fabric whatsoever. You've got the sewing machine maybe, you've maybe got somebody else's old sewing machine, or you've always had a sewing machine in the house, then get one of the bundles and get one of the Quilt As You Go, and away you go. You'll be absolutely fine. But also this is a great way of using up your scrap fabric as well, because I do know that in this world nothing is wasted, and I do know sometimes that when you buy fabrics, now come on, fess up, when you buy fabrics, some are just lookers. Do you know what I mean? Some are just for sitting on the shelf and for looking at. Oh, Hannah's very kind. She said, that's what you've got me for this morning. I am your looker. But I know in terms of fabric, I don't know what she's looking at. I know in terms of your fabric, I know quite often that you'll buy fabric, you'll go to, even to us here on the TV as well, and it just goes into the stash. And we've got plenty of stash solutions coming up later, by the way, in the 10 o'clock hour, I think it is this morning. But quite often you'll buy fabric with the intention of making a beautiful quilt or something like that, and then it ends up doing something completely different. This is a wonderful design. This is the end design, the hopscotch. BDEQ 52. Now, lots and lots of you, just so that you're aware, are multi-buying, because this is the size of quilt that you can make with one pack at £8.95. But of course, if you want to make a bigger quilt, you just buy more packs. It's as simple as that. That's really good, isn't it? That's so easy. I love it. I think it's a really, really good idea as well for those people who aren't necessarily au fait and familiar. Now, let me show you the other design that we have this morning, which is called Fair and Square. Now, this is lovely. Now, I'll maybe just have to... shall I get this one out as well? Let's do it. Let's go in. Let's go in. It's Saturday morning. It's the weekend, isn't it? No rules at the weekend. And look at the weather today. We need some cheering up, don't we, today? So let's just throw caution to the wind completely and utterly. Look at that. I will clear that up, Jay. Don't worry, I promise. Oh, yes, health and safety. Let me just put that there. Right. Here's our other design. Look, rebel without a cause this morning. Here's your other design, which this one is the, what are we calling this? Fair and Square, isn't it? Yes, Fair and Square. And this is the one that we've actually got here on the desk. So let me just bring that over. Lovely design, isn't it? It reminds me of wonderful, very posh sort of floor tiles. It's delicious. It's really, really nice. And I think with the fabric bundles that we have this morning, it's going to be perfect, isn't it? Going to be absolutely perfect. And remember, in our fabric bundles this morning, in fact, you know what? I think the best of our bundles this morning that this would be great for would be the coffees, actually. You know, if you wanted something that was a little bit more, you know, runner for the bottom of the bed, I'm thinking, because, you know, of course, you get 6 blocks. So, of course, you don't have to put them 2 by 3. You can do them lots and lots of different ways. In fact, you could do a 1 block all the way across the top of the bed. Imagine, sorry, God, it's having ideas already at this time of the morning. Imagine this bundle here, which is our coffee bundle. This is beautiful. We're calling it Mother Earth, this one. But imagine the Fair and Square design, which is this one, the blocks here. Imagine that with these 4. Because it would make a really, really nice, because actually for a lot of bedrooms, you might want something that's slightly more muted. Do you know what I mean? You might the decor of the room might not suit something that's really, really flowery or you know, very, very bright. This would be, oh, now look what I've done. I've flung my pins all over the place. Good job later on I have got coming up my magnetic, back in stock, I've got my magnetic pin cushion. That's fantastic. Just pop those back in there. Honestly, it was almost like that was planned, and it really wasn't, I promise you. That is coming up in this hour, though, and it is back in stock. No, it really wasn't an act, Hannah. That really wasn't an act. That was completely and utterly accidental. Right, where were we? Quilt as you go. Right, so, oh, we've got the details of the magnetic cushion, so if you want it, it's now on the website. Let me just move those, actually, because they're looking a bit of a mess. Yes, I know. Well, that was like a preempting. It's almost like I knew you were waiting for it to come back into stock. So the details are all there. I know. Whew, dearie me. I think I got away with it, though, so it's fine. So that's the details for the fair and square Quilt As You Go. And again, just for anyone that wasn't here right at the beginning, just to explain that Quilt As You Go is almost like your painting by numbers, like your first 10-piece jigsaw puzzle, do you know what I mean, when it comes to quilting? Because actually it's a pre-printed batting, which is really nice and substantial, actually. And it's already got the whole design of the block already pre-printed onto the batting itself. It also has numbers as well. So that will be number 1, then number 2, then number 3, then number 4, then number 5, then number 6. And it will actually show you the sizes of the pieces that you need. Comes with full instructions anyway, which are tucked away in the middle somewhere. Let me find them. Which is really good. So when you first get this home and you see the front of the packaging and you think, is that it? Are they going to show me anything else? Make sure that you go diving into your pack, and what you will find is the full instructions. Because actually, even we did that. Even we did that this morning. We opened the pack and I thought, Patricia in West Yorkshire, good morning. Lovely to have your company. She says, I guess there are no bosses in today with you opening everything. Well, do you know what? I'm like a supply teacher today. You know what? I'm covering Natasha. So what happens when a supply teacher comes in? It's much more fun, and they don't really know the rules. Do you know what I mean? They don't know the rules that are stuck in stone. Here's the instructions. So you get full instructions that are both written. It shows you the sizes of the pieces to cut. It also gives you the little indicator there to go to the website and to the YouTube videos. But also, if I flip this around, you'll see that the instructions are also in pictures as well, which is fantastic. Very, very popular indeed. I love when instructions are both written, because people take in information lots of different ways. So if you want the written instructions, then it talks to you in words. But if you want the figures, that they are there as well. Right, let's show you there in square. Now, we've made it with different fabrics because it's been on previous shows. But you can see, that's great, isn't it? It's a lovely design. It reminds me of very, very exuberant tiling. I love it. Now, in the bundles that we have this morning, which if you're watching on the website are down below, and I'll run through them again on TV anyway, you've got enough fabric to make all 6 blocks in your Quilt As You Go. So we've got the Quilt As You Go kits, which are here at £8.95. We've got fair and square, and we also have hopscotch as well this morning. Plus, how many others are there on the website, Hannah? Do we know? We'll have a little look. We'll have a little look on the website, because there may be other designs as well that you're thinking, okay, I quite like those designs, but actually I'm going to go for this. And maybe you're making a bigger quilt overall for the whole of the bed, and you're thinking, right, okay, I'll have one in hopscotch, I'll have one in fair and square, and I'll have one in whatever it may be. There are lots and lots of others. I just think actually for those people who've never ever done it before, you've got all of the details you need. It shows you the fabric requirements on that as well if you're using your own fabric. But in your fabric bundles that we've got available this morning, you've got enough fabric to make all 6 blocks, which is great. Mary, hello Mary, good morning. She says, yippee, Derek is back. The only time I've watched all the way through. Bless you, Mary. It's lovely to have your company this morning. We actually have 4 others of Quilt As You Go. Just search Quilt As You Go if you go onto the website at sewingquarters.com and just have a little look through. By the way, there are lots and lots of tools that are back in stock, by the way, that you've been waiting for a long, long time. I'm featuring as many as I can through the show today, including that magnetic pincushion, which is just brilliant. Really, really good indeed. I love it. That I demoed by accident, but it's a good job it was there. It's a really good job it was there. Right, let's go through your bundles again this morning that we have. Remember, in the bundles, we have a metre of each of the 4 fabrics. So in every bundle, there are 4 fabrics, and there is a metre of each, which is enough to make the 6 blocks of your Quilt As You Go, which is that size. And of course, if you want more packs, then if you want a bigger quilt, you buy more packs. It's as simple as that. Really, really nice. Now, we're having problems with the emails this morning, unfortunately. So if you've sent an email through, thank you. But we can't get to it for some reason. There's some kind of issue or problem. But keep trying anyway. studio@sewingquarter.com. Oh, Hannah doesn't know the password. That's the problem. Right. Hannah doesn't know the password. So anybody in-house that knows the password, just give Hannah a call up in the gallery. Now, here's the Mother Earth I feel I should be sitting down cross-legged, really, for this. This is the Mother Earth bundle. You've got 1 metre of each of these fabrics. They're all solids on this one. So you've got the linear texture fabric by Macawa in the vanilla colour. You've got 1 metre of that. You've got your mocha. Oh, no, this is cappuccino, this one, isn't it? This is cappuccino. This is lovely. It's a beautiful, beautiful texture on it as well. This is lovely. Yes, sorry, this one has the texture on it, the linear texture fabric, which is really, really nice. In fact, if I whop that back a bit, you can see, yeah, you can just about see that it has almost like a sort of a slightly weave texture. In fact, I'll lift it up and we'll show it to our other camera and we'll get a closer look. So you can see this is lovely, beautiful. It's a nice blending fabric, actually, for your patchworks, which is nice. So that's vanilla. You're getting 1 metre of that. Then you've got your mocha, which is lovely. It's like a lovely sort of well, it's like sort of milk. Oh, this is the cappuccino, this one, isn't it? Yes. I know, I'm not, I've never trained to be a barista at all. I should do, really, shouldn't I? This is lovely, slightly sort of creamier, like a milkier coffee, isn't it, this one? A little swirl of chocolate in it. Sounds good to me. There's the mocha. That's the one, which is your slightly stronger coffee with your chocolate mixed in. And then, sorry, am I making you hungry this morning? And you also have 1 metre of the dark brown as well, which is the chocolate. It's delicious, yeah. Can I have a name for the cup, please? I love that. How many times do they get it right? See, my name is Derek, which is just very simply spelt. It's just D-E-R-E-K. I've had Jerry, I've had Eric, I've had all sorts, and I've had Derek's with 2 R's, an I, and a C, and a K, all sorts. Yes, I do every time as well. It works, that little ploy that they do to get you to post it up on social media because they've got the name wrong. Yeah, it's happened many, many times to me. Right, let's look at this bundle then. This is beautiful, really, really nice. The most popular this morning. Again, remember in these bundles you are getting 1 metre of each. Let's start from this side, which is the gorgeous turquoise, which is wonderful. You've got 1 metre of that lovely turquoise. It's a Spectrum Solid by Macawa again. You have got your, now it says on the details duck egg, but we're a little bit, again, it's got that linear texture to it. More of a sage green, I would say. Very, very nice indeed. So you've got 1 metre of that. You've got 1 metre of your jade, and you've got 1 metre of your Free Spirit from the Ghost range, brand new range as well. And that's kind of a lovely mixture of like a purple. There are elements of the turquoise and the teal in there as well. And there's little sort of thistle designs. Let's have a little look and see. Because it's a really, really intricate design, actually. It reminded me a little bit. I've got a little cactus garden going on in my garden room. So it reminds me a little bit of cactus, but a little more thistle, the team are thinking. JPGC01. Hannah's thinking the side of a lock in Scotland. So £36.95 for that bundle. Good morning, Leslie in Shropshire. She says, morning, Derek. Nice to see you on screen again. All the best. Thank you, Leslie. Keep your messages coming in. You're very kind. Considering I am a fabric novice, I have been involved in the sewing quarter for a long, long time, actually. I was involved in setting up the sewing quarter. And then I disappeared to do other things. So it's lovely to just have the chance to come in and have a natter with you, basically. Any questions you've got, please do get them through to us. You can, well, you can email, but Hannah can't see them at the moment. Probably easier to go to the website at sewingquarter.com. If you go to the bottom of the screen where you watch the show, there's a little message box in there where you're all signed in and you can send a message straight through. They seem to be coming through, by the way. So let's look at Flames on Fire now. Our third bundle, which is lovely. This is Amy Butler's Stitchy Dots in coral from her Bright Heart range. You're getting 1 metre of that in this bundle. You are getting your linear texture fabric in pumpkin by Macawa, 1 metre of that as well. You have got your Joel Dewberry herringbone in a lovely freshly grated carrot from his Flora range, and you've got the maize solid. I love that one. It's got a wonderful texture to it, actually, and without it being too shouty. Some yellows are very, very shouty, aren't they? And that one's really nice and refined. So if I show you the 4 back together again, They look phenomenal together, don't they? They complement each other just beautifully. So that's WPGC09 at £43.95, which is wonderful, actually, because that's working out less than across is just a little over £10 per metre for all of those fabulous fabrics, which is really good. And you've got the Joel Dewberry in that one, which is brilliant. Oh, sorry, Amy Butler in that one, even. So we have got, oh yes, both in that one, wasn't it? Yes. And I know Amy Butler fabrics are very, very popular with you. So, who's on a fabric hunt this morning? Let me know. studio@sewingquarter.com. Well, as soon as Hannah has the password. It's logged out. We have sent messages far and wide to try and get the password back. And hello to Freddie, if he's watching this morning. I know he's still recovering from the chickenpox, so Natasha should be back, I think, on Wednesday, I think it is, of next week. Fingers crossed that all is well. Right, our final bundle, Airborne Fabric Bundle, this one, which is very, very nice indeed. Let's have a look at the fabrics that are in this one then. This one, Amy Butler. Oh, this is the Roe Deer, isn't it? Yes. Let's see. Let's find the Roe Deer, because they're in the middle somewhere. Up there, they are down in the corner there. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's very ethereal, this fabric, isn't it? Beautiful colour, really lovely, rich. In fact, I can see some curtains or a lovely blind in that fabric. Or actually, as a simple, I mean, we forget with fabrics, because some of them these days are just so deliciously beautiful, that literally, you know, creating a piece for the wall, you know, even maybe frame some of it, is amazing, because some of them are just so delicious. So, or, yes, of course, yes, if you do your quilt as you go, you could actually hang your quilts up on the wall as well, couldn't you? So, that's your Amy Butler, the Roe Deer fabric. Then we've got the Violet Solid, from Macawa. We got Spot On from Macawa again, which is a lovely. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? That's a bit busy for the eyes. That's like one of those where you stare at it for a long time. One of those magic pictures where you stare at it and you're meant to see something else. Can you see a number in there? And you've also got a metre of your fabulous lilac. So you've got lilac and lavender and spots and some Amy Butler Roe Deer all there as well. £37.45. ADGC 32 is your reference for that one, which I love. Now, it's been very, very busy for the Quilt As You Go in this hour. Massively busy, actually, and lots of people are going for more than one of the Quilt As You Go. Let me show you the details for Fair and Square. In fact, I'll grab mine here as well, because this is lovely. I think this one's Fair and Square. No, that's Hopscotch. Let's do Fair and Square. Here's Fair and Square, which is lovely. This is the one that, to me, looks like luxury tiling. I think it's great. I really, really love it. You can use, you know, any fabrics you like, of course. Sorry, forgive that flaring there. But let me show you what it ends up looking like. Obviously, we've made this previously on another show. Quilt As You Go, of course, is that quilted batting, which actually has the pattern pre-printed onto it. Full instructions come with it as well, not just in pictures, but in writing as well. And of course, as you're stitching the pieces together, you're naturally quilting, which is wonderful. Love it. Very, very nice as well. So that one is Fair and Square. Now, Mary's got a question. Is it Mary from the dairy? Good morning, Mary. Mary from Devon, who asked, the Free Spirit fabric in the bundle, the thistles, yes. Can you buy it by the ½ metre? Yes, Mary, you can. If you go to the website at sewingquarter.com, or you can just give us a call if you want to. It's from the Ghost range. I'll just show you. There you go. And it is available to buy by the ½ metre. Do we know the price by the ½ metre, Hannah? £6.95 per ½ metre. And it's from the Ghost range from Free Spirits. Beautiful, isn't it? Mary, what have you got in mind? What have you got in mind? What are you going to do with it? I want to know. Send us a little message back. I would love to hear what you're planning to do with that. It's beautiful fabric, actually. Really, really gorgeous indeed. And it's part of our bundles this morning. Love it. Right, so back to Quilt As You Go and back to Fair and Square. So that's this design here. Oh, we got it behind me as well, which looks brilliant. Love it. Very, very nice design. And again, I was just showing you, actually, it comes with full instructions that are in words, but also, ta-da, also in pictures, which is superb. It's an easy way to take in information. And listen, even if words and pictures are not good for you, what you do is you go onto YouTube and you literally search June Taylor Quilt As You Go. I'm trying to remember all of this. And all the videos will come up in her channel there. And there's a half-an-hour video about Quilt As You Go, where she makes hopscotch, I think, which is one of the ones that we have today. There's her channel. And you can look through, and you see that third one, 2, 3, 4 in on the top row on the videos there. We've got that coming up. I've seen it out the back, and I think it's coming up. Don't quote me, but I think it's coming up on Tuesday. But we do have some other Quilt As You Go designs as well. So if you go to the website at sewingquarter.com and just type in Quilt As You Go, forget the rest of the details there, just type in Quilt As You Go, and it will show you, I think we've got 6 different designs that are on the website. So go and check them out. And with them being at this price, I mean, okay, you've either got your own fabric that you have in mind for this, or you're going for one of our fabric bundles today. But literally a few hours later, you've got 6 blocks going on. Now, of course, if 6 blocks is not enough for you, then you just keep buying more and more packs. And with them only being $8.95, you haven't got that. I think actually in terms of accuracy, I can see these being very, very popular indeed. I think, you know, if you're new to rotary cutting, if you're new to cutting fabric, to know that you've got all of those guidelines there, it tells you how many pieces to cut, at which size. It talks to you about the seam allowance for this as well. It's really, really very, very simple and very, very easy indeed. And the pattern, of course, is pre-printed onto the batting itself, which is great. So everything you need is there. Shall I quickly show you the other design that we've got as well? Oh, Mary. Mary wants to make, a summer dress and a jacket of plain fabric to match. Brilliant. She says, thank you. I hope you're on SQ again. I will be on Monday, actually. Well, unless any of the management have seen today's show, I should be back on Monday. Yeah, we can't have him back. He keeps opening the merchandise. There you go. That's what it's for, isn't it? That's what fabric needs to be felt and touched and interacted with. Okay, here's the other Quilt As You Go that we have this morning, and this is the hopscotch design. This is lovely. We've got a pre-made hopscotch down here as well, haven't we? I just want some chalk now to draw a hopscotch, you know. I just want to do it. It's far too early on a Saturday morning to be doing that kind of activity, isn't it? So here's a pre-made hopscotch. 6 blocks, of course, so 3 by 3, 3 by 2 even. Or, of course, you could do it as one long length of 1 if you wanted to. I think this would make a lovely sort of bed runner, you know, just for the bottom of the bed. I think in either of the designs, actually, I think our Mother Earth bundle, you know, where you've got the chocolate and the mocha and the cappuccino colour and the wonderful vanilla, I just think they would be great. See, I'm thinking of that as a boy. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm thinking, okay, bottom of my bed, I'm not really looking for anything that's too bright or too flowery or whatever it may be, because I've got quite muted tones in the bedroom. And in fact, actually, I've got a vanilla-coloured blind. Although one of the hooks on one side, so now it's a bit like that. You know, when you pull the blind and like that half goes up and that half sort of, I'm getting there eventually. I've got one of those going on at the moment. Anyway, enough of my issues. So here is your hopscotch. And again, remember, the pattern is pre-printed onto the batting as well. It's a good thick batting as well, I have to say. It's very, very good. And of course, as you sew through that batting, you then create, let me bring this down for you. Probably easier to show you on the reverse of this, actually. You actually create your quilting. You can see it's a nice deep quilting. You could add other layers, I guess, as well, if you wanted to that, if you wanted to make it a little bit more substantial. And, of course, you can use, you know, a plain backing fabric or whatever you want to, which is great. I love it, love it, love it. And remember, just one more time, I know I'm labouring the point here, but I think for me and for anyone who is new to quilting, you might be expert at dressmaking, you might do needlecraft, crochet, whatever it may be. But if you've never quilted before, I think this is an excellent way to start because there are 3 ways to take in information in words, in pictures, and also on the YouTube videos as well. I found it brilliant, and I'll be honest, I panicked when I saw the show schedule. 1, because I had 2 of the 4 hours on my own and thought, hang on a minute, I don't really yet know what I'm doing. I don't really yet know my way around fabric completely. So I watched one of those YouTube videos about Quilt as you go when I saw it in the schedule and thought it would be ever so complicated, and actually it turns out to be very, very simple indeed, which is great, which is lovely. And you get great results from it as well, don't you? Straight away, quick and easy. Sally says, morning Derek, this is my first time watching SQ. Loving the purple polka dots, says Sally in Dunmo. Shall I show you? I'll show you that bundle all over again. Welcome, Sally. It's nice to have your company. And I'm sure I will see you later as well on our sister channel tonight. Look. This is a beautiful bundle, actually. There's lots going on, including those purple polka dots. Now, every one of the bundles that we have featured this morning, they're all on the website, by the way, at sewingquarter.com. If you go underneath the player while you're watching, you will see everything there. 4 fabulous fabrics. You get 1 metre of each in the bundles. This is the Amy Butler Roe Deer fabric, which is beautiful. Not oh dear, but Roe Deer from Amy Butler. You've got 1 metre of that. You've got 1 metre of your, is it lavender and lilac? Violet and lilac. There you go. And then you've got Spot On, which is the one that Sally loves. That's the Spot On fabric from Macawa. And you get 1 metre of that as well. So in that bundle, £37.45. Valerie, good morning to you. She says, Valerie, no, she doesn't say Valerie. It just says Valerie on that screen there. Valerie knows who she is. Farewell. She says, I'm new to your channel, but I'm loving every moment. I'm relatively new to patchwork and quilting. I have even given up card making for and then the message stops. So I haven't got the rest of that. But welcome, Valerie. It's a whole new world, isn't it? And actually, if you're loving patchwork and quilting, you must stick around with us because in the, is it the next hour? Yes. We've got the next hour is Patchwork Essentials, and we've got Jenny Fox-Proverbs here as well. We've got some fabulous patchwork books to show you, and we're going to learn a couple of things as well, I think, with Jenny between 9 and 10. Now, can I have a play now, Hannah? Can I have a play now? Because, you know, how many times have you been, you know, putting in some pins, or you've had your pins just, you know, sat there, and for some reason, well, I did it earlier. I just pulled something across the desk, and I ended up with my pins everywhere. How many pins have you got in your carpet, ladies? It's a lovely set of pins there, isn't it? They're all over the place, aren't they? It's a nightmare, isn't it? What do? Well, you have to sort of gather them up all individually, and of course, you know, then there's the ones that get stuck to the carpet and everything else. Or you can get back in stock, it's the Prim magnetic pin cushion. This is amazing. And you're thinking, hang on a second, cushion? There's nothing soft about that. That's very, very solid. And the first thing you'll do is exactly what I did when I opened it this morning. I'll just open it. It doesn't open at all. The magnet is contained within. Right, do you want to see some magic? Love this. Love this. Oh, joy. This reminds me, do you remember the games where we had like iron filings that used to stick together and everything else? This is great. I love it. This is fantastic. And if you do drop your pins on the floor, you've been waiting for this to come. Look at the price of it as well. £4.45. I don't even have needles and I want one. Because if you drop anything that's metal in an awkward place, how many times... No, but how many times have you been trying to screw something in and the screw goes missing and it's right down, you know, right down a small gap? You just get that in, pop that in. That'll go in behind a radiator as well. So you drop something behind a radiator, you'll be able to just pop that in and pick it up. But I just think that's so simple. Look at that! It's brilliant. And actually, while you're working with your pins, you can kind of arrange them so that the heads of your pins are actually... Oh, in fact, that pin doesn't even have it. Oh, it's a needle, that's why. That's why it doesn't have a head, Derek, because it's a needle. There's a difference between a pin and a needle. I have learnt that much. So you can arrange your pins around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. You can't say it once. If you say it on TV, you have to say it 3 times over. It's got to be done. I think it's the law, in fact. It's the TV law. Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? What a great idea. And it's just so very, very simple. And listen, I know you've got your pin cushions that are, you know, flowery and decorated and everything else. Oh, I love it. You know, any excuse to play, and I'm just literally, look, I just pass it over them. Oh, well followed, Tom. Look at that. Brilliant. Sorted. Super. Done. Dusted. No messing, no faffing, no pricking yourself. You can rescue those pins from the floor, even the ones that go under the, you know, just under the furniture as well, under the settee. It's just brilliant. Okay, I've got to have one more go. Hannah's like, well, we do need to move on eventually. We can't just stay on this all day. I'm enjoying it, though. Right, you ready? Ta-da! Oh, yes, I've got my other little game, haven't I, to play? Yes, absolutely. Right, okay, I'm ready to move on. I am ready to move on. I forgot there was another game to play in this hour as well. And we only have, what, 5 minutes, 6 minutes? XEPH79. So you know what that does. You drop your pins. And I've got them all again. Right, superb, right. And yes, I've got to have one. £4.45. Right, okay, next fun we're going to have is with the ironing mat. Now, with Quilt As You Go, because you are cutting lots and lots of small shapes, you will need some way of keeping... Because you know what happens to fabric. When you're working with it, I know you will have washed it, I know you will have ironed it, but if there isn't that extra slight rigidity to your fabric, what will happen is when you make your quilt, naturally, the fabric will start doing what it does, which is, you know, just little bumps and ridges and everything else. This is the hopscotch, by the way, if you want to buy the Quilt As You Go for the hopscotch. But you know what it's like, don't you? Completely and utterly. You're working with fabric, you've made a beautiful quilt, and you think, I'm just not happy with the texture of the surface. Now, the way of fixing that is actually by using one of these sprays. Now, I wish, to be honest with you, that I had been here so many months ago, because I've used spray-on starches, because obviously in TV you wear a lot of shirts. As a guy, you wear a lot of shirts, and actually starching those shirts, brilliant, brilliant idea. The one problem I had with starching is, one, I ended up with more starch on the plate of my iron than anywhere else, and two, I would have this sort of, crusty kind of, I don't know, just unpleasantness going on. This is the answer to that, and for you, actually, this is for when you're preparing fabrics for quilting. Obviously, you will wash and you will iron your fabrics as you would normally do. But then, when you go to iron them, this is actually a starch spray, but if you notice the colour of it, is completely and utterly transparent and clear. It means it doesn't leave any flaky residues. And you can see here, I've got a piece of fabric, and this is just a scrap from out the back. Not even been ironed whatsoever. So let's give that a press first of all, just so that it is, you know, flatter. And you can see, once I've ironed it, yes, it looks very, very neat, but, you know, it's a bit... It doesn't really stand up for itself. All I need to do is just use, and I'm probably using too much there, by the way. It probably doesn't need as much as that, but you know what? Boys always go over the top, don't they? And then just give that a little bit of a press. First of all, it's not going to leave a residue, so you're not going to have sort of crusty, discoloured kind of marks in your fabric. But you notice now how that fabric is actually really holding its own in much, in a much different way. In fact, I might have used just a little bit more actually on that, just to give it that extra stiffness. Now, what that stiffness will do is give you a better finish on your finished product if you've used something like a starch, rather than the fabric sort of folding over themselves and sort of naturally sort of moving around and having that sort of floppy appearance, as can happen. What you'll have is nice, crisp, finished edges and surfaces as well, which is really, really important. So I would have this, and do you know the reason why I love this particular one? Is because it does not have a scent whatsoever. I've had those ironing waters that you buy from the big washing machine, washing powder kind of people do ironing water as well, don't they? Which I'm not knocking in any way, but when you put it into your iron and you start ironing, you know, your suit, not your suit for work, but your trousers for work or your shirt for work, has quite a flowery fragrance to it, which, you know, is not for every gent. This is great for that as well. So I will be getting some of these purely on the basis that actually they're going to be great for ironing your shirts. And all you need to do, just spritz it over. It's not going to leave a residue either, which is good. It's not going to leave you crustiness, but it has starch contained within it. So it will be great for fabrics. No flaking, no residue, no clogging. And it's completely acid-free as well. And I've just checked the bottom of the iron, actually, to make sure, you know, that it's not sitting there either. And it's not there. Brilliant. And look, actually, and the more you use, brilliant. Love it. Now, very, very quickly, before I go, I'm going to have to just recap very, very quickly our quilt as you go. So here are the two designs that we've got this morning. We've got Hopscotch, which is this one here, at £8.95, I do believe it is. It's very nice. Remember, there's enough there to make 6 blocks, or that's what this wadding and batting is. So, a third of the stock of those have sold out and gone completely and utterly. Remember, it makes 6 blocks altogether there for you. So the end quilt ends up to be, let me just double check, 24 by 36 inches. And of course, if you want more, you can buy more. So that's BDEQ 52. And we'll show you the fair and square one now as well, very, very quickly. There you go, there's fair and square. We'll get you the details. And it's very, very popular indeed. In fact, it's just moved into the lead in terms of popularity. Lots of people multi-buying it as well. JBEQ 79 is the fair and square quilt as you go batting series. There's what it makes as well. And of course, we've got our fabulous fabric bundles, which you can see on the web as well. Wow. Do you know what? We did an hour on our own, folks, but the next hour we are not on our own. Jenny Fox-Proverbs is joining me straight after this break. Don't go far. I'll see you back here in 3.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love.
Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
So today we're going to be learning the prick stitch. Now the prick stitch is very similar to a back stitch, and they're basically very tiny stitches which are visible on the front of the fabric and very long stitches on the back. So first of all, you need to start with the needle at the wrong side of the fabric coming through to the front. And like I said, it's very similar to the back stitch where you're going to go backwards rather than forwards, and you want to make this stitch as tiny as possible, so taking a couple of strands from the fabric itself. And then the length of your prick stitch could be entirely up to you, so I'm going to make it quite a large one so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going through the fabric, and then I'm going to come back again, taking a couple of strands from the fabric to come down. You want to keep these as even as possible as you're going across the line. So there we have our prick stitch.
On Monday the 3rd of July, we'll be joined by sewing machine guru Jane Brogan for a very special unveiling. Jane will be bringing her Swiss-designed Elna Lotus, which is the latest addition to our range of premium quality sewing machines. If you like to sew on the go or have limited space, the Elna Lotus is just the ticket. Its compact, folding design offers all the essential functions of a modern sewing machine with the added benefit of portability. Jane will demonstrate some of the fantastic features of this model and will share with us plenty of tips, tricks and sewing machine secrets. So join us for this Elna Lotus special, Monday 3rd of July at 8 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Good morning, everyone. Good Saturday morning to you. It's lovely to have your company here at the Sewing Quarter, and it's lovely to see you, Jenny Fox-Proverbs. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Editor of today's Quilter magazine, guru everything, well, patchwork and quilting and needlework and anything you need to know. Jenny is your girl. So get in touch with us this morning. We would love to hear from you. We're still trying to sort out the emails at the moment. We're still trying to get the password retrieved. You don't know the password, Jenny, do you know?
I don't know any passwords,
No.
even to my own.
I don't know my own either. But you can get involved via our web chat, of course, sewingquarter.com. If you watch live, you'll see under the player, you'll see there's a little box there to send your messages in. So we would love that. Now, we've got, well, there's like a whole reference library and more, isn't there, coming up this morning?
Yes, there's lots. There's a real kind of smorgasbord of different bits and pieces. Hopefully you'll be inspired by something.
Yeah, well, we have got some viewers already getting in touch this morning. I think it was it Valerie this morning who was just getting into patchwork. She's put her card making and everything else to one side, and she's getting into patchwork.
Yeah.
So I said that this hour would be perfect for her.
We've got something for her.
We're going to start, I think, with this little guy here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Which is a handy pocket guide to quilters fabric, which is a rather sweet little book, isn't it? Beautiful. Tons of information in one teeny book, never to be stumped by a fabric dilemma again, it says on the bag. Tuck it in your bag and take it with you to your classes or to your favourite shop. The handy size is perfect for life on the go. Learn how to choose fabrics by the grain, quality, colour, value, print and more. It looks like a good little reference guide, and there are lots and lots of pictorials in here, which is lovely. So what struck you first about this, Jenny?
The first thing that I thought was I looked at it and I thought, oh, it's like a little owner's manual, like a little shopping guide owner's manual for when you go shopping for your fabric, because we all love shopping for fabric.
Yeah.
And the fact that you can kind of carry it with you and leave it in your bag and have a quick reference is brilliant. Because a lot of the time, either next to that or next to your computer, you might keep it in your toolkit, so it's kind of always around for you. The other thing I was thinking as well is if you're just getting into, as Valerie is, if you're just sort of getting into your patchwork and quilting, and this is kind of your first time buying fabric and understanding it, then this is a great kind of, it's no nonsense, it's not overloading you with information, but everything you need to know is in there. And it's tiny, and I've still managed to flag four sections that...
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, I've just got it open here at a page about basically, putting colours together, which is not the easiest thing to do because, if for instance, in reds, you just kind of think, okay, well, that one's red and that one's red and that one's red and that one's red. You can have too many busies together, can't you? And you can have too many planes together. I guess it's. I mean, of course, it's your own sort of destiny. You can do whatever you want, but it kind of gives you some nice advice, doesn't it?
It does, and it goes. I love the fact that it goes beyond colour, and it also talks about colour value, which is something else. So it takes you that little bit further as well. So beyond value, it takes you onto the colour wheel. So as well as looking at what's kind of printed on the fabric, it's also that thing you're talking about, the grain and the quality of the fabric, and I thought was really interesting as well, was troubleshooting triage for bleeding fabric.
Oh,
I loved
bleeding fabric.
Bleeding fabric, yes.
Well, first of all, what is bleeding fabric?
Well,
Let's go to there first.
Well, bleeding fabric is something that we've all experienced when we've accidentally put a red sock in the washing machine with the white.
Oh, I see. Right.
And everything comes out that lovely shades of kind of grey pink.
Yeah.
Out of it. So
Not attractive.
And it can happen. It can happen with your fabric for quilting as well. And obviously, particularly if you're making dresses or quilts or things that you might want to put into the wash, you want to check that everything's colour fast. So there's some really great information in here about that as well. Even things by the kind of colour catchers that you buy. So lots of really handy tips for easy to find products.
It's great. It really is. It's a great little guide, actually. That's the thing that I would struggle with, actually. Capture a style or an era. When someone says to me arts and crafts or art deco or whatever, sometimes that doesn't always... I mean, you do know some and you don't know others.
Yeah. So it's something. I think this is kind of a little book as well where it's a great jumping off point too, because you look at this and you think, yeah, actually, I've always wondered how people always talk about that kind of getting that vintage look or getting that retro look or something.
Or even the colours that relate to that kind of scheme as well. I've just picked another page here, caring for fabric, because, in terms of pre-washing, I mean, for instance, we've got some K facet pieces coming up later in bundles, and I look at a fabric like that and I think, I don't even want to, it's so beautiful, I don't ever want to show it to a washing machine. Do you know what I mean? But if you're working with it in a project, it is worth pre-washing, isn't it?
Yes.
Preconditioning, if you like.
Yes, so it's up to you, and the great thing about it is that something like a bit like this will give you a quick pros and cons as well of doing it, so you can kind of make up your own mind whether you want to do it. And it's all about feeling confident. For me, any kind of craft is about feeling confident and happy with what you're doing.
Yeah, and of course we'll be here for you every morning anyway. But it's great to have those little handy guides, particularly when you're out and about. You maybe go to a show or a fair or something like that, and you're thinking about buying fabric. Well worth you having a copy of that. ELSP65 is your item number then for this one. It's the Quilter's Fabric Handy Pocket Guide by Alex Anderson at £5.95. Superb. Now we have many other books as well to show you this morning, so we shall move on to... I think we're moving on to... Are we moving on to mini patchwork projects now?
Mini patchwork
projects. I think we are.
Yes.
By Beth Studley. 6 sewing patterns for the contemporary crafter. This one. This will be good as well if you are already a sewer or a quilter. It says at the back. You'll love this unique collection of quick, simple sewing patterns for craft room accessories. Oh, brilliant. We'll dive into that in just a second. That's lovely as well, isn't it, actually? Because when you have your area where your sewing machine is, or, like Jennifer Taylor, you have your she shed, you've got your place, then it's the whole of your surroundings kind of need to feel creative as well, don't they? Yes,
yeah, absolutely. I was saying I've just moved house and I've kind of setting up my own office. Yeah. I was saying how important it is for me to have inspiration and colour around me and so on, and all the better if I've made it myself as well. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, that's, again, we talk about this all the time in this world, don't we? We talk about the achievement, actually, of doing it yourself and actually having other people sort of compliment that as well. But I think if you're in your own space, I think sometimes just to have your things around you is quite a comfort, isn't it? Let's have a little dive in and just have a little look, shall we? £8.95, this particular book. What struck you with this, Jenny?
Well, with this book, what really struck me was because it's written by a girl called Beth Studley, and she's a fabric designer for Macara, and we stock a lot of Macara fabrics here as well. We're big fans, and Beth really understands fabric and prints and loves them. So the way that she has designed her projects really makes the most of, although there's small patchwork projects, they make the most of the fabric, which I think is a really wonderful thing, because that's what we love is our fabric. So, for example, my favourite projects in this book, I think, are these very sweet little reversible trinket bowls.
Oh, right, let me show you. Yeah, they are very, very sweet, actually. What's the outline of the... obviously, we haven't got time to go into it, all of it, but what's the outline of actually creating something like that? Actually, in terms of getting it into the bowl itself.
So it's kind of all in the design. This is why I will say with books, what you're really getting as well as you're getting these amazing ideas and designs, is you're getting those little bits of kind of genius. So what she's done, what Beth's done, is she's used just ordinary cotton wadding.
Yeah.
And fabric, nothing fancy. And the way that she's sewn them together, her pattern, means that these little bowls are not only rigid, but they kind of pop. So you reverse them you can reverse them, and they.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Right. So the whole bowl is actually made of fabric. And then you can flip it in or flip it out. So you've got two different designs. It's got two kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realise. In my ignorance, I'm so sorry. I assumed that what you were doing was fabric lining a bowl that you already had. You're not. You're creating it completely from scratch, aren't you?
You could do that, but why, if you've got all that fabric, just make the whole bowl from fabric.
That's very true. I told you I was full of silly questions. What else have you found?
The answer to any silly question about sewing is usually, but why not? You've got all the fabric.
Very true.
Just do it.
It's very true.
The other one that I have flagged up in here is this natty notebook cover. So again, what I love about these projects is they're small projects, and quite often when you have small patchwork projects, they're very simple and the idea is simple and quick. These have lots of little details about them. This little book cover covers your book, it holds a pencil, it turns into a little bag. It's absolutely adorable, and I love the idea that the way it's been photographed as well, because the photography is just lovely.
It is. It's great.
It gives you reasons to make them as well. Is Beth's kind of storing her kind of fabric swatches and ideas in this, so it's almost become like a little kind of artist's portfolio.
Yeah.
As well, and again, because you've made it yourself.
Ooh.
It's through and through.
Ooh, look what I found.
Ooh.
This appeals to me very much so. The curvy coaster set. That's rather nice, isn't it? No, do you know what I love about it, Hannah? Hannah says, is it because there's coffee in the picture? No, it's not. It's not because of that. The thing for me is coasters, I think, when they're not being used, always just look ugly in a pile.
Yes.
When you're not using your coasters, you piece them together and make one complete artwork.
Very clever.
I love that.
I love
the neatness of that. Hannah's going to make me some now. You could do that for place settings as well, couldn't you? You could have the 4 place settings. You could just expand the dimensions of that.
Yes.
You could have all your place settings and then put them all together. That'd be like a big quilt in the middle of the dining table,
well,
wouldn't it?
Well, the great thing is because you've got all the templates at the back, and they're all printed full size.
Yeah.
As well. So if you did want to scale any of them up or down, it's easy to do on a scanner or a photocopier. You can do that, no problem at all.
And would you just need to add your seam allowance on top?
Yeah, if you have a look at the instructions, and if it tells you to add a seam allowance at the 100% size, then add exactly the same seam allowance after you've enlarged it or decreased it.
Okay.
It's absolutely fine. But yes, you can really be your own designer with this.
Oh, actually, this features a little bit of paper piecing as well, doesn't it? In this, it talks about different methods and techniques, and it talks about paper piecing, which if you've never been into that world before, and I know we have specific shows for paper piecing, it's fantastic. Really, really nice indeed. So that's VUMZ31. It's the Mini Patchwork Projects book by Beth Studley. £8.95. Again, a great little book just to have around if you are like, I think it was Valerie, forgive me if it wasn't, who's just venturing into patchwork. Maybe you're already in there and you're thinking, actually, yes, I need to jazz up my little space a bit more. It's full of great ideas, and the full-size templates are in there as well. All of that for £8.95. And it's a fabulous looker as well on your shelf. Looks very nice indeed. Now, Jenny, I'm sorry, we cannot sit here with this K-facet fabric in front of us and not show it.
It would be rude.
It would be very, very rude indeed. Now, for the reversible bowls, we were thinking that these fabrics would be amazing. In fact, do you know what? I can't keep these. I just can't keep them neat and tidy. I mean, they're K-facets, fat quarters. Look at those. I mean, look at that. It is one of the most delicious fabrics, I think, that I have ever seen. It's beautiful, isn't it? And there are 5 fat quarters. Oh, my word, Jenny, look. Let me bring this one in. Look. Look at that. That is delicious.
I adore that one.
All of these are brilliant because all of the colours... Well, you know with Kay Fassett, I mean, I know that he's a legend. I know. Listen, without knowing much about the fabric world, I know that this man is the absolute guru when it comes to fantastic, flamboyant, colourful, bright, inspiring fabrics that people just hanker after. I mean, these are fabrics that you just fall in love with instantly, aren't they?
The wonderful thing is if you're wanting to be more bold with colour, but you're still a little bit hesitant about matching different kind of clashing shades together, these have these amazing sort of clashing complementary colours within the fabric.
Yeah.
So it's done for you. So you're like, oh, it's done. And actually, the more of these fabrics that you pair together from this bundle, the better it looks as well. You can't go OTT with it.
It's beautiful. I don't know how you kind of, pin yourself down and say, right, okay, well, I'm going to use this for this and this for that. I just think you'll just want to use every fabric for every project. I'm going to see if I can, I'm going to see if I can make you a bigger fan like that on the screen for you to see, because these are just beautiful. You've got some that are almost sort of geometric in their design. This one's wild. To look at this one, it's like, it's very, very dazzling to the eye, actually. It looks fantastic. It's really nice sort of zigzag going across, picking up your oranges, your mint greens. There's sort of purples going on as well. And again, this is going to be a busy, busy screen, by the way, because there are lots of florals. I mean, there's nothing done by the half measure with Kayf at all, is there? It's all about bolds, beautifuls. And again, working your way across all of those fabrics, that fabulous polka dot is wonderful. I love it. Now, let's just go back to the mini patchwork projects book that we were looking at in just a second ago and go back to those bowls that we were talking about that we love. And let me show you how this would be great for making those. Of course, when you want to find something, you never can you? Oh, there they are. 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 Found them. Right. So if you're making these fabric bowls, how fantastic would they look in these Kay Fassett fabrics? Love them. And of course, the bowls are reversible, so you will definitely make the most of the fabric. And you've got the full-size templates that are in the book as well. So if you've got the book, this honestly is delicious. I'll be honest with you, I never expected to feel so excited about a fabric bundle, but this is just delicious. I mean, there are a good couple of these, that one in particular, these two, but that one I just want to put in a frame and just put it up on the wall. It's just delicious.
And this is what I love about Kay's. I think what makes this fabric great for designers as well is that every print works so hard. Each one is a little gem on its own. But again, it's the fact that you can then smush them all together in a quilt, which is what Kay does brilliantly. He hardly ever uses sashing or plain fabrics or anything. He really blends them all together. And you can just see here exactly how that works.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So you've got lots and lots and lots of different fabrics in there for you, which are lovely. We're going to have to move on to the neutrals. I'll come back to those in a wee while. And I'll show you the neutrals right now. These are lovely. Now, neutral, but actually I'm not sure if that's necessarily the right expression for any Kay Fassett fabric at all. Because look at these going on. Beautiful. So we've got this one, which is like a lovely sort of big peacock feather almost, isn't it? With blues and purples and oranges and pinks and greens. It's just wild. I love it. And look at the addition of that. Great big, almost sort of, I don't know, the violet flowers. There's sort of all kinds of different flowers going on in there. Wonderful.
I've just come back from Greece for a couple of weeks for my holiday. And this reminds me of going out in the evening. So if we're going to dinner in Lindos and sitting in the rooftop restaurants, And at night, so it's kind of this sort of inky night sky, and then the colour of like the blues and the whites and the popping, these rich shades. That's what this is like. This is like the nighttime.
Look at that one that we've just added at the end, though. I love these two. These are great. I'd love ties in these. They are superb. Really, really nice. That looks like a John Scott shirt. That one, doesn't it? It's beautiful. Really, really. I mean, again, you can see that every single one of those fabrics, and there's a fat quarter of each of them, and they are delicious, really are. You've got, again, chocolate browns in there, lovely vanillas and custards going on, tutti frutti shades. It's wonderful. It's almost colour you can taste. They're talking about food in the gallery. It does completely and utterly. Michael's just said, our director this morning, Willy Wonka's wallpaper. Yeah, completely. You're right. Because it all looks edible, doesn't it? It's delicious. And you get one of each of these 5 fat quarters. They are delicious. And I have to say, I do know that K-facet fabrics, they are considered sums of money, usually. For $21.95 to have 5 fat quarters in K... I mean, the very little I know about K-facet and his fabrics, I know that's an amazing price.
It is. It is. And the fact that these are... You don't have to worry about choosing the ones that go together, so the work's been done for you.
Fantastic. Okay, now, we're now going to look at the mini quilts booklet, which is superb. Again, a lovely, lovely book. Very, very simple, very, very easy to follow. And I love, 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 love. If you've got your K-facet bundles, I mean, you know, if you're looking for some first projects, some first quilting projects, then this would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. And you've got some examples actually from this book.
I've got one of the quilts that's been made, one of the mini quilts.
Yeah.
Here, which has been made by lovely Lucy, who's on here a lot. And this is called, because what you find with this, and again, we were talking earlier about having these small projects that are really packed with techniques and ideas. So this is our modern graphic quilt. And
right, let me find that so you can have a little look, and then we can see the finished article. Page 10. 10 out of 10 for this one.
And it's all about, and this is about really, and again, if you're like Valerie and you're just starting with patchwork, this is great because this pattern, for example, focuses on piecing. So precision in piecing. Picky piecing, it's called. Picky piecing. But what's lovely is it's small scale. It gives you a chance to try a technique on a small scale, but you still get this kind of incredible finished piece of artwork.
Do you know, I love it. It's almost like blinds, isn't it? You know, when you have the blinds sort of half open and they're full-length blinds and you can sort of see the garden through it. It's a little bit like that, isn't it?
It's stunning.
Visually, I have to say, it is stunning. What's the size of this?
This one is...
Oh, sorry, we've got a cutting mat underneath.
It's about 20 inches squared, so it's very sort of classic mini quilt size.
That's very, very sweet, actually. I love that. Very, very nice indeed. Right, what else have we got in the book? What else should we have a little look at?
Something that I was having a look at as well was on page 22, which is scalloped or scalloped, depending on how you like to say it. And
I think it's scallops for me.
Scallops.
But I'm only talking seafood, so I don't know. In fabric terms, I don't know whether I'm right or wrong.
So this one, actually looking at this, and it's got a real sort of mermaid feel about it. But again, this is a small bite-sized project, but it's looking at working with curves and three-dimensional texture.
It's beautiful.
Which is something, so you can try these. And what's wonderful about this book as well is the step-by-step photography.
Let me show you on the next page there. It actually takes you through, again, in pictures and in words, how to create those 3D designs.
Nothing left to chance. Nice big. And I will say this because I've worked in sort of book publishing and magazine publishing, and I really appreciate nice, big, clear images.
Definitely.
Nothing's been they've not scrimped on space in here, so you can be confident that you're following the instructions correctly. You can see exactly what's going on, and that you're going to turn out the best work that you can. So that was I particularly love that project. And if anybody's ever fancied a go at actual fabric printing, there's a fantastic project in here.
I got a yes from Hannah upstairs.
Yes. Who
really wants to start.
So Hawaiian quilting is a traditional form of quilting, which is these very bold shapes and outlines. So what the designer here, Jodie Davis, has done is she's incorporated printing into this very simple fabric printing.
Oh, let me show you. There you go.
Just using acrylic paints, brush, sponge. Again, it's all things that are very easily accessible. Just at your craft shop, you've got kids who might already have all these things, so you can steal them.
Oh, so you literally lay a stencil over the top and then introduce the colour through the stencil.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my word.
Yeah, it's like I always love these things that remind me of being at school as well. And
it does. Hannah was just it took the words from my mouth there, Hannah, actually. It reminds me of being at school. You get half a potato and you kind of shape and dip it in some paint and then... Michael still does it. It's a great use for old potatoes as well, isn't it? Completely and utterly.
Yes. If you're sort of on diet, giving up chips or whatever, use them for stenciling instead. Yeah. So again, you get all the templates at the back of the book. You get all the instructions that you need, and again, this is really focusing on, precision. Again, in a really non-scary way.
It's fabulous.
And each quilt in here, I think, is kind of wall. I would call them wall-worthy. So each one could go up kind of onto your wall.
Yeah, definitely.
Like to do. A lot of the fabric, a lot of the sort of quilt designers that we follow on Instagram and Pinterest and so on have amazing workrooms, and their workrooms are always covered in beautiful mini quilts. Yeah. So that's kind of another lovely way to sort of zhuzh up your space.
But you absolutely would, wouldn't you? If you could, you would, and you want to show off your work. So SBMZ62 is the item number for that one then. £7.95. Fabulous mini quilts booklet by Jodie Davis and Jane Davis. At just £7.95. There are lots and lots of projects in there for you too, which is lovely. Brilliant. Okie dokie. Oh, I don't know what to do with all of these things. That's right. OK, now, I'm just going to introduce some fabric before the next book, which is Charm Pack. This one. This one. Oh, yum, yum, yum. Look at this.
Bumper.
Right. Now, you know that I am... Technically speaking, today, Jenny, I am like a supply teacher. You know when your main teachers are away and they get the supply teacher in, and the supply teacher is the one that can, break a few rules and can do things a little differently.
Well, I promise not to play any tricks on you.
Okay, that's all right then. But if you look at this, charm pack from the side, you're thinking, beautiful, I want to see more. Now, ordinarily, we wouldn't be able to show you much more, would you? But because you've got a supply teacher here, I know. We're just you see, if looks could kill, I think I may have just turned to stone, by the way. It's all right, Jay. I even gave Jay a lift in this morning, you see. So I've earned my brownie points already today, so I can use them up. This is brilliant. So it's a 100-piece charm pack, and you've got, fabulous colour array going on there, and nicely blended in as well, because you're going, even in the yellows, let's take the yellows because they're easiest to see. So you're going from a light lemon yellow into a deep, almost like a mustard kind of yellow, through to a mid sort of Sicilian lemon kind of colour, which is beautiful. I don't know why Sicilian, by the way. That lemon could have come from anywhere, but I think the Italian and Sicilian lemons are that much deeper. Patricia says food and drink again, Derek. Yeah, it always comes up into conversation, doesn't it? Always, always, always comes up into conversation. Well, it's Saturday morning, isn't it? It's about breakfast time, isn't it, for a lot of people? It's lie-in day, isn't it, Saturday? Well,
it is. It's taking it easy.
Not for us, Jen, today, but never mind. There's always Sunday, isn't there? There's always Sunday. Beautiful. And you've got lots and lots of different ways to use your charm pack, of course, but is this true, Jenny? Tell me. Do you get the charm pack, and then the charm pack kind of tells you what the project will be, or do you have a project in mind and then buy the charm pack for the project?
I think most of us, and I hopefully I'm speaking for most people out there, we see the charm pack and we love it and we buy it, and then magically a project will come along and suggest itself to it. So a lot of the time,
definitely,
this is why we have such a big stash.
Of course. Right, now we're going to move on to... Is it the 25 ways? Here it is. Brilliant. Love this. Now, if you get this charm pack, which is just beautiful. Do you know what I want to reorder this pack completely and utterly, because I want some of the brightest and the most beautiful. Well, it doesn't matter now. I've opened it anyway, isn't it? I'm just splitting the deck. That's all. Right. Okay. We have got now for you. Oh dear, I've done something very controversial there, haven't I?
Yes.
Oh, have I?
No, I'm not going to look. It's fine. It's
Okay,
fine.
that's all right then. Apparently, I've just broken all kinds of laws doing that. Sewing quarter laws. But there you go. Hey ho. I'll live and learn. Apparently, I've made that look ugly now.
Oh no, it's not ugly. It's freestyle. It's freestyle. It's
Freestyle.
yeah.
That's how I do things. Right. Anyway, let's look at a book, shall we? It says glossing over. 25 ways. Ignore the charm pack. 25 ways to sew jelly rolls, layer cakes, and charm packs. Now, of course, we all know what all of those are. Jelly roll, charm pack, and layer cakes are bigger squares, aren't they? They are 10-inch squares.
That's right. Yep.
Oh, do you know what? And that is a very old piece of knowledge in my head.
Yep.
I'm
all in there.
It's being around such inspiring people for so long. This is brilliant. We have got a jelly roll coming up in a wee while, which is lovely. So, or design rolls, as you might know them, of course. So, GM SP43, 25 ways. Which is the first of the 25 ways you want to have a little look at?
Well, the first of them is actually a little bit about what we're using, which are the pre-cuts. So, right at the beginning, on page 7, we start to talk about different pre-cuts.
Okay.
What they are, what size they are. But opposite that, and what I love about this book is it gives you a table showing you for each project what kind of pre-cuts you need for it, what kind of pre-cuts you could substitute instead as well. So rather than you having to go through it and look at each one. So this is this thing about you can look down and think, I've got that layer cake that I picked up, that lovely 100-piece charm pack.
Yes.
That Denise made.
I'm sorry.
That would be perfect for that project.
I was going to do it again.
Can't help yourself, can you?
No, I'm going to do it again.
Yes, go on.
Just because it pleases Hannah so much. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it again. That's twice. I've split the deck now.
Oh no! You're out of control.
Yes. Sorry. I'll just go back and show you what Jenny was talking about there. I think I've distracted the world here, but such a simple thing as well. Who'd have thought? So, for all of the projects that are in the book, it will tell you for each one of the projects which fabrics you will need, or which type of fabric, whether it be a charm pack or layer cake or design roll, whatever it might be. Or maybe you do it the other way around, like you say, and you say, oh, I've bought this delicious 100-piece charm pack, and I've ordered it into a sequence which I'm quite happy with, like that. I wonder which projects I can make. And I can see from charm squares, I could make, what could I make from my charm squares? Crisscross patches, pretty pinwheels, shuriken. Yeah, sure. Lots and lots of different projects. Right, let's dive into one, shall we?
Well, if we go to page 30 from the crisscross patches.
Can that use my charm pack?
That can use charm packs.
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
We found a use for it now as well. Brilliant.
And in fact, for example, with this particular pattern, you need 2 normal-sized charm packs, which is 80 squares in total. So you've got more than enough in here.
Yeah, got 100.
Then you can either use for the background, you can either use more charm packs, or the book tells you how to cut. The most efficient ways to cut the size yourself. So actually, this is where it happens. I've kind of opened this and gone, actually, I've got this and I've got this project.
Yep.
They go together, and that's kind of how it happens.
Fabulous. Love it. Your charm pack details, by the way, across the bottom of the screen there. Remember, it's 100 pieces in this charm pack. And yours will be in lovely sort of colour-coordinated order. Apparently, splitting the deck there has been hugely controversial. All round, apparently. I do apologise. I didn't realise such a simple thing could could stir the nation in such a way. There you go, £14.95 for your book, 25 ways to sew your design rolls, layer cakes and charm packs. What else have you?
I think,
Ooh.
with this, I think that almost worth the price of the book alone is the Starburst tote bag.
Yes, wait till you see this. Wait till you see this.
Which is just an absolute, it's a real three-dimensional stunner.
Hannah, this is your next project. I've got a charm pack for you. Does it use a charm pack?
It uses 16 jelly roll strips.
Oh, okay, right. So it's okay because we've got design roll coming up.
Don't want
Not a problem. Not a problem at all.
So again, with this book, again, you're sort of learning these amazing different techniques and that little bit of design magic as well. And the fact I know that our viewers love making bags.
Yeah.
Love bag making. Most quilters have at least one bag that they've made.
And there's not just one. There are many.
There are many, but I think this could be your next bag.
Starburst one is so beautiful.
Starburst one, it's absolutely
really
gorgeous. Nice. All the templates are included in the book as well, so don't worry about that. Everything you need is in here.
Contraflow. That's a nice name.
And
ooh.
Stars and Stripes.
Where are we? Which page?
We're on page 62.
Let me flick back for you. Beautiful.
Bryony, the designer and author of this book, she loves making big quilts. She makes these big quilts, but she wants to make them easily and quickly, which is the whole point of having all these pre-cuts to make that possible. Yeah. Because there's nothing, I think there's nothing nicer than making a quilt that actually fits. So if you make it for a double bed and actually drapes over the sides, it's so satisfying. But you don't want to kind of spend the rest of your life making it, and that's what this book helps you to do. There's contraflow.
Beautiful. There's so much in here. There is so much in here. I don't want to show you too much, but I mean, it's just huge amounts of inspiration, huge amounts of ideas. Of course, we've got that fabulous handbag, and it takes you through all of you will have learned some of the 3D methods along the way as well. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it? Fairy tale pins and things. That'd be good for the controllers, wouldn't it, as well, on the couch?
I keep that on my side of the couch then.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very nice. So lots and lots of smaller projects in there as well. Beautiful, really nicely photographed and illustrated there as well. Oh, let's have a little look at that. What have you got? Which
page 18, circles
18.
Squared.
Yeah, that's quite cute, isn't it? And again, it will take you through step by step what you will need and how to actually get going with it as well. Very, very neat. Does this one need a charm pack?
This one needs...
Yes, it does. It needs 10.
No, hang on.
Hang on a second.
Hang on, where are we? Oh, we need layer cake.
Layer
cakes for this one, yes. So either layer cakes, or you could even, if you wanted to, you could even cut your own.
Shall I just show you the... charm pack, very, very popular. I think it's the way I've shuffled it, actually, to be honest, that's made it so popular.
I would love to, do you know what, I'd love to have this in my workroom because just having the colour reference there to hold up against to see what matches. Yeah. You can learn your colour wheel and your tones.
Look at those.
Oh, coral.
Love the colours, they're just delicious. Yeah. Hannah's very, very distressed at my rearranging of this charm pack. I have no idea why. I mean, I think I've done quite a neat job, actually, to be honest with you.
We know what Hannah's going to be doing this afternoon, then.
Rearranging, yeah. Well, there you go. Good luck to you, Hannah, is all I can say. So there is your charm pack there. 100 pieces from Free Spirit, £38 and 95p. Director Mike has just suggested that at the end of this hour, we just end with me just flinging these to the four corners of the studio. I'm not sure if I'd quite be that brave. I'm not quite sure I'd be quite that brave. Let me show you the design roll. It's Joel Dewberry from the Free Spirit. And again, this is delicious. There's lots going on here. Now, I do know, I have learnt from experience, do not open a design roll. Yes, I know, because they look beautiful when they are as they are, but as soon as you untie them, that's it. You have to start using it, don't you?
Yes, you've committed yourself. You've released the roll.
Yeah, that's it. It is beautiful. Again, I'll leave you to have a little flick through that when it arrives. It is delicious. And you're getting a lot of fabric there as well. 40 strips. And I know, and I've seen Natasha when she's been preparing for shows, making some fabulous projects from design rolls. They're brilliant. Okay. Now, we have undone this one already. It's already been done. This is a Tula Pink this time. And again, very, very sought after Tula Pink.
Yes, she's becoming an absolute cult designer, her fabrics. And I think when you see them, you should snap them up, really, because I've been disappointed in the past when I haven't got something and it's gone.
Look at this. Now, this is ladybirds, and it's sort of animal stripe going on there as well. Lots and lots of different colours. Beautiful. Love that. That's so gorgeous, isn't it? What would be the project that's popping up to mind straight away, Jenny, with this pack?
With this pack, I would take that and I'd make something quite simple with it, actually, because I really want to showcase those fabrics.
Yeah.
So I'd want to make something. A real showstopper, something big, as I was saying before, maybe for a gift for somebody. Oh, love that.
That's very Paisley-esque, isn't it? Love that. Wait till we get a little bit further as well, because there are wonderful mint greens. I'm coming up to my favourite in this one, which is this. I think that's very, very vintage. Very, very vintage indeed. We could make John a nice patchwork shirt from this, couldn't we? This is lovely. Love that. Gorgeous mustards. When am I starting that shirt, Hannah? Well, you know, when I get a moment. Maybe on Monday morning's show, I'll start putting together a shirt for John. These are great, though. I mean, look, they're so inspiring as well. I think lots and lots of different projects.
What I love about this as well is that because of the print and because of the scale of the print, even when you have offcuts left from a main project, each one works so hard again because you've got so much print and interest going on that you'll find uses for all those little offcuts as well. And in fact, I think we've got some ideas and books coming up as well.
We have, which we're going to move on, actually.
Yes.
WCRW54 is the Tula Pink design roll. Now we have Sew Jelly Roll, Quilts and Gifts by Carolyn Forster this time. Is that the right one?
Oh, yes, it is. And actually, on the back of that one...
On the
back of this book...
Yes.
I think that would be the kind of quilt that I would love to use with a jelly roll, because it doesn't cut it up too much, because it keeps it quite complete and really showcases those strips of fabric.
Yes, you're right. These were the kind of... I was at Festival of Quilts last year? Yeah, last year I think it was. And these were the kind of quilts that were being showcased there. In fact, it is Festival of Quilts soon, isn't it?
It's yes, it comes around so quickly. I was saying for a lot of us, the year pivots around Festival Quilts.
It's the event, isn't it?
It is.
It's just awesome. The talent that you see at Festival of Quilts is just completely awesome. Okay, let's go into a bit more detail with that particular design there, which is called Ripples.
Ripples.
Because it almost looks like a wall made of pebbles, doesn't it, with the quilting?
It does, and this is very Carolyn as well. I'm a real fan of the way that she uses fabric, and then the quilting as well. So as well as being pieced beautifully, there's so much inspiration and instruction here on quilting. So for example, with this one, she's used a vermicelli quilting technique, which gives you that lovely sort of close ripple effect. It's almost like water. It's gorgeous. But this would be a real kind of stunning fabric showcase quilt. And then with each project in this book, and this is something that I love, is you then get a smaller project with each one. So you have your quilt.
Yes.
And
then you can make a smaller version using the same method.
Well, with each one there's a little gift. So this is where the gifts come in. So from her ripples, her kind of beachy, watery quilt, then we've got these little beach hut quilt fob.
How cute are they?
And again, this is all about kind of using the offcuts, using little bits of fabric. It's gorgeous.
I've got a quick question from Sandra, who says, would you wash your charm packs and jelly rolls before you start a project? Would it be different for different...
I probably wouldn't, personally.
Okay.
I definitely wouldn't wash a jelly roll.
Right.
I think you'd have a real tangle on your hands.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Washing a jelly roll. Yeah, you might have to get the engineer out to your washing machine after that. I wouldn't. So choose it.
Wrestling.
But what I would say is if you're making something, you sort of a bit sensible about whether it needs washing afterwards.
Yeah.
But with quilts, one of the beautiful things about quilts is they look amazing after they've been through the washing machine, and actually everything has shrunk a bit.
Yeah.
Because it gives it that sort of washed and worn kind of vintage look to it, and that loved look.
It is also, of course, that's a question almost. It is one of those questions like how long is a piece of string as well. It's personal preference. Some packs will actually have washing instructions or suggestions on them, so you can if you want to, but you don't need to. In fact, for this one, it actually says, and this is the Amy Butler one that we've got, actually says machine wash, cold, normal cycle with light colours, do not bleach, tumble dry low, warm iron. But again, it doesn't say necessarily whether to do it before or after. It just, they are, washing instructions that sort of come with it. In fact, shall I show you? There are some washing instructions. So some will come with washing instructions if you want to. But again, that washing can be, after it is made.
Yes.
And I think you're right, actually. It kind of will give a piece a little bit of character. And it's unlike, quilting is unlike dressmaking where you would wash the fabric before.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Alrighty, let's dive back in then, shall we?
I think these fabric brands as well are wonderful, sort of free spirit in the car, because we were talking about bleeding fabric before, and you're much less likely to get that with these really good makes as well, so you can feel confident about popping them in the wash.
Yeah.
Another quilt that I love in here, and this is very Carolyn, is sewing spools on page 80. Because obviously biased because it's sewing related.
Yeah, of course.
And we've got in. So Carolyn was actually here a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Showing us sort of how to do this project, showing us some great techniques, and she very kindly left behind her samples. So we've got this amazing mini spools quilt that she's made, and this actually uses the techniques from the book.
That's delicious, isn't it?
And in true Carolyn style as well, she's hand quilted using that kind of echo quilting around the shapes.
And again, you can see that slight sort of rippling on the fabric on a quilt actually adds something, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's authenticity as well, isn't it? It would happen if it was one that you bought commercially, in the stores. It's got
real personality to it. So that's something. And again, it's kind of having that. So again, in here, so we've got this little lavender stack. So these little lavender cushions.
One more, and then we'll quickly move on.
So
actually, we've got lots to do in this hour, and we've got a little quilt seamer to show you, haven't we? There you go. Oh, that's quite nice, isn't it? That's cute.
So that's really sweet. So the great thing about this book I love, apart from using the jelly rolls, is having these bigger projects and then having the smaller ones as well.
That go with it.
It really gives you that diversity. So one to keep it, keep on your bookshelf and.
Definitely. So here's the details: JMSP and a number. 52 it was. Sew Jelly Roll Quilts and Gifts by Carolyn Forster, who has been with us before here at Sewing Quarter as well. Right, okay, we've got a tool now. I can't believe we're running out of time already. Can you believe it?
Oh my goodness, okay.
This is your quilter seamer. Now I will need an A to Z of quilter seamer and what it means and what it does.
So, this measures your 1/4 inch seam. Okay. And it's an easy, quick way of doing it.
Ah, okay.
It's just clear. It's exactly 1/4 inch, clear plastic, easy to slot into your sewing machine next to your seam, and there you can quickly use it to measure seams when you're piecing.
Ah. Oh, now, and I thought that was going to be long and complicated, that explanation. It's very, very simple anyway.
And part of the reason, actually, it's I think in this hour in particular, it's very applicable, is with jelly rolls, is because you're working with small strips of fabric, your seam allowance is so important to use that scant 1/4 inch seam, because very quickly a little in or a little out will add up very fast, so
Yeah.
you can be absolutely sure that you're getting it correct.
Oh, well, that's all we need to know then, isn't it? HCGQ35. It's our Millwood Quilters quarter seam rule at £1 and 45 pence, otherwise known as a wand for
Yes.
Jenny. It's a princess wand. It needs a fabric star on the top, though, doesn't it? It needs a K fabric star on the top.
It does.
You could use the same techniques as the bowls. Right, one more demo from you, I believe.
Shall we do? Yes. Shall we cut?
Let's do some cutting.
Okay.
Why not?
Right. I'm just going to disappear.
That's one
for a
thing I haven't
second.
embarked upon yet. I did have a rotary cutter here earlier. Has Jay rearranged this charm pack again? Has he rearranged it again? I'm not sure.
Spot the difference.
Not sure that it's right now. It's very different. Not sure if I'm pleased with that. Might have to have another rearrange. Packaging's still on the floor anyway.
Okay, so I've availed myself of a pack of fat quarters.
Okay.
And this amazing Creative Grids Stripology ruler.
Okay, stripology.
Stripology.
Okay, right.
And bit of a kind of clue in that is that it has to do with strips of fabric, which leads on from the jelly rolls that we were just looking at.
Yeah.
And when I was sort of flicking through the books, I was thinking, well, you use jelly roll scraps. What if you haven't quite got enough left, or you want to cut your own? You can do it. You can measure it using a normal ruler, but it takes quite a while. It's quite a faff with all the fabric. This ruler cuts.
So these have. So I'm just going to hold this up for a second because these have almost. They almost look like sort of tram lines running through. I don't know whether you can see. If you go from the top, actually, you can see where you'd bring your cutter in. I take it would you through this slightly larger gap, sort of like a teardrop shape at the top, and then there's a channel. I'll just sort of run, and then you can see all of the way down. So you can actually put your cutter directly into there, can you?
There's a starting point to put your rotary
fabulous.
cutter into and an end point.
How good is that, and how much time will it save you? Right, quick, let's see it.
So
let's see it in
you
action.
can be quick is the word, because I've got my fat quarter and I've folded it in half like so.
Okay.
So all I'm
beautifully
going to
ironed,
do,
may I say?
well,
Jenny was at the ironing board at 8
was
o'clock
that
this
the
morning.
ironing board? Yes, I was. I know.
7 o'clock this morning, in fact.
Don't tell anybody.
No,
So,
I know. Everyone will bring their ironing now, won't
I really don't iron unless it's for quilts.
they? Yeah.
So what we do with this ruler, and it's ridiculously easy,
Okay.
actually ridiculously easy, and yet it saves you up to 75% time.
Fantastic.
So you've got more time for actually making.
So you've just got your fat quarter folded in
I've got
half.
my fat quarter folded in half,
Okay.
basically so that it fits under the ruler,
Okay.
under this grid. I'm
Alrighty.
lining up, and just to quickly say as well, amazing instructions come with this
brilliant.
too.
Love it.
When you get this
Yeah.
home.
Creative Grids are amazing when it comes to their instructions.
They're also great when they come to YouTube videos as well, which is
Oh,
what I
even
was watching.
better.
So I hadn't seen this before, and I watched one of their videos.
Yeah, that's how I learn.
Yeah.
That's how I learn Quilt
Yes.
as you go.
So we're just going to line this up
Okay.
on our fabric. It tells you in the instructions exactly how to do it, but very easy. I'm going to grab my rotary cutter.
Okay. Yes. Michael's just asking whether it will go through. Those lines that we showed you before, there's a large space at one end, and then it's a groove that goes all of the way through to the other end. That means you can get yours. Anyway, let's see it. Let's see it.
Okay then.
Seeing
so,
is believing.
Seeing is believing. So all easily marked out for you as well.
Yep.
So I'm going to cut my own jelly roll strips.
Okay.
Opening health and safety, opening my blade now.
Yep.
So I'm going to do my first slot it in at that teardrop shape.
Yep.
Slot at the bottom. I'm going to run my rotary cutter away from me, up to the other teardrop shape,
Yep.
and out.
Okay.
Easy markings on the ruler.
So they're in inches.
So they're in inches,
Yeah.
and also what they've done on here is they've marked 2.5 inch.
Oh, right, okay.
With
Should we do a
square,
2.5?
Which means
Let's
I
do
can
2.5.
go through. I can go easily, so I don't have to keep counting.
Ah, yeah, so every 2.5, so next will be 7.5.
So
and
for
then,
the mathematically challenged,
and then 10.
like myself, and you can see how quick and easy this
then
is.
12.5. Then 15. Oh, it's just brilliant. Then 17.5.
Oh, I've run out of fabric. Excellent. So that's me done. So I'm just going to...
Jane in South Yorkshire's been in touch. She said, good morning, I can't wait to see the quilt. You should be made to make after upsetting the charm pack. That's the rule. Oh, is that what happens? Is that what happens? So I upset a charm pack, now I have to make a quilt?
Afraid so.
I mean, Hannah's furious. I mean, like, proper comedy furious. I'm not sure if it's actual furious. I don't know her well enough to know that it's actual furious. Right, OK. So we've got some strips,
yeah, so I started with my folded fat quarter like this. So I'm going to lift...
Here comes the magic.
This off.
We've got 2 of these rulers, by the way. We've got a square one as well, which we'll show you the details for in just a second.
So then...
And hopefully...
So I'm going to pull this out. Oh,
I've not quite cut. It was just the first one. I could hear that you needed to be on that first one because it was so close to the edge. Actually, you need to probably get your hand to the right of it and just really put your weight onto it. It's difficult because of the height of the desk here as well to actually get a clean cut. But the rest of them are fine, apart from that one.
Yes, I'm not. I'm obviously feeling a bit shy this morning.
It's telly. You need to, put all your
oomph into a bit more elbow grease.
Okay, let's see the full strip then, shall we?
So the strips have just been...
Look at that.
And it's a perfect 2.5 width.
Love them. Love them, love them, love them. So you can make your own, in effect, you can make your own kind of design rolls.
Exactly, you can make them. You could then, instead of pulling them apart, you could then turn the ruler. Yeah. Cut across the ones you just cut and make your own different size squares as well.
You can make your charm packs then, couldn't you, from this?
You can cut 45-degree and 60-degree triangles using this ruler too.
Ah, okay.
So it's very multi-purpose, and the wonderful thing is you find, as you use it, you find more ways to use it. Yeah. The other ruler...
It's fantastic, and I just want to show you, I'm just going to stand this up again, just so that you can see and understand how this kind of works, is that you've got a series of, it's like tracks. So can I borrow your rotary cutter for a second? I will be very careful, I promise. And so your rotary cutter goes in and then travels all the way down to the very end. It's fantastic. Now I've got to quickly show you the details for a square. Same principle, but this is a square version of this ruler because we're about to run out of time completely and utterly. So I'll bring up the details for that, and I presume we've got a little picture of it, have we, as well? Fingers crossed. If the graphics wake up, there we go. HBCQ 38. You've got one here as well, have you? Square one?
I thought I had one.
We did have one. It's gone.
It's gone.
12.5 inches it is square. So you'll have to imagine this, but 12.5 inches and square. It's very much the same principle.
The square one, yes. It's a bit more travel size. Yeah. And the squares, it's marked with squares that allow you to do things like fussy cutting, trim blocks.
It'll be about that big, I should imagine, the 12 by 12. Anyway, listen, we've got to go. Jenny, thank you. I'll see you in an hour.
See you in an hour, yes.
Can't wait. And I'll see you guys for, what are we doing next? Oh, yes, somewhere to store everything. All of these... upset charm packs and everything else. Where are we going to keep them? We'll find out in 3 minutes.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99. The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple programme guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com.
Join us on Wednesday the 5th of July when we'll be joined by award-winning textile artist Tilly Rose for Threads Printable Fabric. Tilly combines traditional hand sewing and digital printing techniques to create truly unique pieces that really tell a story. She'll show us how to make a beautiful panel that can be personalised and applied to any number of sewing projects. She'll also introduce a brand new Silk Charmeuse printable fabric by Threads, which will give you even more freedom to create stunning designs at home using your own inkjet printer. So tune in for Tilly's Textile Masterclass on Wednesday the 5th of July at 8 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Hello, good morning everyone. Lovely to have your company. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. It's tools, tips and techniques today, all the way through until midday. And actually, wasn't sure that I would have much to offer for you this morning, being quite a novice in this kind of world. But I've learned an awful lot, and actually that's knowledge that I will keep and use for the future as well. My name's Derek, by the way. I'm standing in, I'm like a supply teacher, standing in for Natasha, who's at home looking after Freddie. Freddie and the chicken pox. Sounds like a good group name, that, doesn't it? So Freddie's still being dabbed with calamine lotion here, there and everywhere, and hopefully on the mend. And Natasha should be back with you sometime in the middle of next week. So I'm standing in today and on Monday, I think. And I think John's filling the rest of the gaps for you as well. Right, now, I'm going to start this hour. This is all about storage in this hour, by the way. So we've got everything you want. We've got time to talk about dimensions and how big or small things are. But mostly storage and very, very useful tools coming up in this hour. First of all, we've got it back in stock, and so I wanted to tell you about it straight away because it is very, very popular indeed. It is our Prim Bobbin Box for 32 bobbins. They are superb, and it's just £4.45. I've got a bobbin on the loose already. This is why you need somewhere to store your bobbins, because otherwise they go wandering on their own. These are superb. Very, very easy. Good way of keeping your bobbins organised by colour. In fact, let me just wind that bobbin first, because otherwise that little end will bother Hannah, and I don't want to do that. I've done that already with a charm pack this morning. My card is already marked. So here you've got space for 32 bobbins. And again, it just keeps them all in one place, doesn't it? I mean, if you tend to put them away in the corner of drawers and whatever it may be, it's one of those things that can easily go astray. So you've got space there for 32 bobbins. And again, it locks down firmly into place for you and keeps all your bobbins in place. And again, even if you turn that upside down, they're not all going for a little bit of a wander, which is superb. So it will just hold them in place as well, which is very, very good. And of course, you can see through the top. Oh, I need my turquoise thread now. So that's not turquoise, but you know, it'll be wherever the turquoise is. Very, very simple, very, very easy, and a really nice design. We've only just got this back into stock as well. PUPH79 is your item number. Remember, you can order as much as you like in a single day here at the Sewing Quarter, and your P&P is only one rate at £2.95. So it's not per order, per item. I got a premiere now for you, which is why I hid it behind there. This is brilliant. This is brilliant. This is for organising your threads. Yeah, absolutely. 50 spools. Oh, brilliant. There they are for keeping all of your threads organised. I've got some thread packs here. I will just open one. Is that allowed? Okay, that's allowed. I think I've got the nod. think it was okay. Of course, this has a see-through lid, so you can see what's going on with your threads. Actually, I'll just put a few in there for now, and then I'll take the... can I take the top off? Can I take the top off? Not my top. Oh, it's just taped on, Derek. That's fine. That'll be easier to deal with. Okay, so there you go. And it can deal with your multi sizes of thread spools as well. You can see all of your numbers of your threads as well. Let me just open that up so you can see it without that flary thing. There you go. That's a bit easier to see. Game of spools. There you go. £14.95. It will hold 50 for you in various sizes too. It is Premier, it is brand new. You've probably been looking for something either like that we have up there behind us, or something that will actually just slot away. Have we got dimensions of this, Hannah, please, my lovely? In fact, I'll tell you, I've got it here. It is 295 millimetres in length, 250 millimetres, in fact, should I do in centimetres instead? 29.5 centimetres long, 25 centimetres wide, and 7 centimetres high. If you bought multiples, could you stack them? Yes, because you've got, I don't know whether you can see, but you've got little sticky out feet on the bottom. So on the bottom, you've got sticky out feet, and stay where you are. On the other side, you've got little recesses for the sticky out feet to stick into if you have another one on top. So there's room for a little one on top, if you like. £14.95 will hold 50 spools for you. As well, which is brilliant. It'll also hold 30 mini cones of embroidery thread as well, it says here, which is very, very good. It keeps everything dust-free, and it is very, very sturdy as well. And, of course, it will slip into a drawer or a space that you might have as well, which is lovely. Very, very nice indeed. Right, OK, thread packs now. Oh, no, hang on a second. I need to get some thread out of here and put it back into the thread pack it came from. There's more to this job than you think, you know. Right, let's just pop these back in. In any particular order, Hannah, or... She's OK on thread packs. They can go back in any colour order. It was the charm packs. She's still not got over that yet, but there you go. Right, let me show you this. In fact, I'll open this one up for you. This one is called French Cottage. And... he says, I'll try not to be too clumsy and show you all of the colours that are in them. That's very nice, isn't it? That's a nice little selection there, isn't it? Very, very nice indeed. So you've got a wonderful sort of light blue there. Gorgeous deep olive green. That's rather nice, actually, isn't it? A really good organic sort of green. Very nice indeed. A lovely sort of silver grey. All of these for £8.95. That's pretty good going, actually, isn't it? How long are the reels? How long are the reels, does it say? 100 metres? 100 metres? OK, that's good. Sorry, I've got over that now. You've got your lighter pink here, which is more of a sort of a candy pink. Gorgeous deep sort of blackcurrant purple. A deeper, richer sort of purpley pink. And this, gorgeous colour, actually. It's almost like a golden spun... sort of bronzy orange. I like it. Very, very nice. So that would be 700 metres of thread, all told then, for £8.95. And of course, you will pop it straight into your thread organiser. Shall I put all of the thread packs into the organiser? That'd be good, wouldn't it? Because then, that'd be great fun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll put 2 on top. Actually, I'll put them that way around because they're slightly better with their colours. So we've put the details of the thread organiser at the bottom of the screen, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is your French Cottage. Now, you have to remember which order they're in the box as, because we're going to move on to another thread pack now. The next thread pack we will do is Fenton House. Love the names. Love the names. This is Fenton House, which is actually a National Trust property, Hannah is just telling me. She thinks it's in Essex. If you know better, then you can get in touch. Have you got your email password sorted yet, Hannah? No. OK. Right, we still haven't got our email password yet, so if you have been emailing in this morning, tell you what, I'll just get these out rather than throwing them around the desk. Again, it's 7 spools, 7 reels, 100 metres on each, and this one is called Fenton House. So again, nice sort of earthy green. This is lovely, like a deep sort of burgundy red. You've got this one, which is a very sort of steely grey, which I rather like. Or actually, is that a little blue? They don't actually have names on them, but to me it looks like a steely grey. You've got a fabulous white, and I promise you I'm not colourblind in any way. You've got, again, a lovely sort of deep, rich purple. You've got more of a... Would we call this a little bit more cerise, do you think? Yeah, lovely. And then you've got a lovely sort of candy floss pink going on there as well. Again, £8.95. Now, Hannah thinks that's lavender, that last one. This one, you mean? Lavender? No. Lavender's much darker than that, isn't it? Have a little look, see what you think. This one here. That's... Oh, yeah, okay, all right, maybe. Okay, all right. Let's put Fenton House in our spool organiser then. One, oh, actually, how many have we got? 3. I'll put it on this row. Oh no, actually, that'll ruin the symmetry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is riveting telly, this, isn't it? So that's Fenton House. You're too kind, Mike. Look at that. The thread organiser, by the way, is a premiere that I'm putting all of these in, is very, very popular indeed. So Fenton House is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, these ones. And, of course, French Cottage. Oh, Fenton House is in Hampstead, which is in West London, I believe. Not far off, then. Hayley? Not far off. Hannah, even. Hayley, Hannah. Right. OK. Here we go. Oh, beautiful. So this is Summer Loft. Okay, let's see if we agree about the colour tones here. These are lovely, actually. It's a very sort of universal set, actually, isn't it, for the entire year. So you have your brilliant white. Again, very, very nice. 100 metres or 110 yards. You've got 2 pinks. You've got a richer pink. Are we agreeing, Hannah, that this is pink? Definitely pink, this one. Hang on a second. I'm just going to bring the... Just for my own amusement. No, I'm going to bring in what you said was lavender in the last one and see how less pink it is. Thank you. I rest my case, Your Honour. OK, so we've got 2 different blues going on here. Very, very nice indeed. Again, sort of lighter blues, more on the sort of sky blue, actually, kind of spectrum. Very, very nice. And then along to the greens, we've got one which is a very much, almost a sort of lemon green, actually. It's sort of lemon and, yeah, it is very, very zesty. And then you've one that is a little more line, a little sort of darker and deeper in its green. Very, very nice. Indeed. £8.95. Hannah's not commenting on that one at all. So we'll pop those in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, hang on. Whoa. 6, 7. Just to let you know, in the thread organiser, and look, we've got 21 in there now. That's rather good, isn't it? So the latest set of threads that we've got the details for at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's this selection down here. Rather good, isn't it? £8.95. But your thread organiser at £14.95 as a premiere, we now have less than 20 of these available. So if you want them, be very, very quick. Again, super, super sturdy. And they're not moving around. And again, you can stack them because you can see at the bottom it has feet, and at the top it has little recesses in the same place. So if you've got 2 of these, then you can stack them on top of each other again in the same kind of way. Very, very nice. Like that indeed. Now, do you want me to put the threads back in their right packs? No? I don't mind doing it after we've finished. Jay, I'll help, I promise. Right, I have got another premiere for you now. I love these. This is from Hemline. Again, it's a really, really neat little box. In fact, do I need to open that up? There's a sticker on it. Am I allowed to do this? Who needs that anyway? Right, so inside, you'll have to forgive that the stickers need to sort of come off. I'll try and get them off as we go. Let me show you, anyway, the actual box itself. You'll have to ignore the stickery bits. That's probably my fault. Brand new. Again, lengthwise, the compartments are open for you, but acrosswise, you have these little dividers, and you can choose where and whether to actually use them and put them. You get loads of them, by the way. You can put your embroidery threads in here. You can put your pins in there and buttons and all sorts. And again, because you can see through it, you can see everything that's in there. It's got two very, very sturdy locks on it. And it actually has a ruler. I don't know whether you can see on the front of it. It actually has a 23 centimetre ruler going along the bottom. So if you're cutting a certain length of thread or ribbon or elastic or whatever it may be, then you can do that very, very simply and easily. That's going to be very, very popular indeed as a premiere. And again, if you wanted to, you can just keep things like your tailor's chalk and all that kind of gubbins in there. What ideas have you got for this? What are you going to keep in something like this? It's always handy to have, isn't it? £3.95. 0800 112 4433. Ignore the sticker marks there, of course, once you take the label off, and I'm sure you'll probably steam the stickers off. They will come all sorted for you. Right, lovely. So that's that. Again, another premiere, RP GQ 26. Yes, let's do another premiere as well. It's a pin cushion, and ordinarily pin cushions, I know, I've seen a lot of them that go over the wrist. This one, actually, you almost wear as if it was a large ring. So it keeps all of your... yes, I'm not going to say that, Hannah. You've got a pin cushion which almost sits on your hand as if it were a large ring. So, of course, you still have your fingers free to do your detailed work, but while you're working, and if you need your pins to hand, you can just pop them out and use them as you want to. It's really good, actually, and it's not one of those sort of foams that, you know, gives as soon as you... It almost feels... I'm not quite sure what it's made of inside there, but it feels like it's really tightly packed. So those pins are being held nicely in there. That's good, isn't it? And it's very, very simple. Good for all sizes as well. It's completely and utterly, as you can see, it sort of bends and flexes to you. So you can either put it, 2, 3 fingers, the middle, the side, do it as you want to, whatever is comfortable for you. But you still have your fingers free to be dexterous, and away you go. Right, now, I've just shown you some beautiful pins. Shall I show you this pin wheel that I've got here? Which is very nice. Again, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Right. Such a simple thing, but it's something that we're asked for again and again and again and again and again. So what we've got here are pins, 40-piece pin set with pearl heads. And you can see that they've all got different colours. Because if you are if you are using a white fabric, sometimes you don't want a white head pin. You'll want to use blue, or you'll want to use pink, or you'll want to use green or gold or whatever it may be. In fact, I'm a pin missing. I'm a gold pin missing. Oh dear. Never mind. Yours will come with all the pins in all of their places. So there are 40 of them in all. They're not real pearls. They're simulated pearls. But as you can see that they've sort of given them some really nice different colours there. £1.45. Again, it's just another one of those things, isn't it? And in the wheel, I don't think they'll stay in the wheel for very long, will they? I think they'll probably end up in the pin cushion, or, if you are okay, Hannah has just said to me, some of us are tidy. So if that's what you're thinking as well, and you're thinking, yeah, I'd keep them in there, then fantastic. You're far more organised than I could ever be. Well done. Right, okay. Next up, what are we doing next? Now, something I definitely need, because the one thing about ironing, that's not a way to open a sentence, is it really? But yeah, I suppose if there would be a long list of things, wasn't there? But actually, there are some times where you're ironing a pair of trousers or a shirt, and I do a lot of shirt ironing, where I just want to pop the iron. I just want to pop the iron. I've done a sleeve, and I just want to pop the iron to one side, just put it over, and then carry on. But no, you've got to move it to the end of the board, and you've got to stand it up, and you've got to, all of that kind of stuff. And if you're pressing out a lot of seams, and all you need to do is sort of shift it forward, then this is fantastic. And it's back in stock as well for us now. It's our Prim silicone. We do need a new iron, don't we? It's our Prim silicone iron rest at £5.95. 2 uses, of course. First of all, of course, it's heat resistant, like everything that silicone is. We use silicone ovenware, oven gloves, things like that. We know how good they are. So it can take the heat of the iron, which is fantastic. All you've got to do is just move the iron to it, move your material around or whatever it is, and just take the iron back and off you go again. You can just pop it down. It's not there to be left for a long period of time, of course. The other thing is it creates a non-slip. It itself has a non-slip surface on the bottom there. This is only just back in stock. It's sold out before, £5.95. Honestly, it just makes a lot of sense, because I don't know about you, but funnily enough, I don't know, it's the design of ironing boards, I think, sometimes. That recess at the end of the ironing board that you pop your iron into, it's clumsy. It never really feels secure. And you're always looking at it thinking, are you burning? Are you safe? Whereas this, obviously you can stand your iron up, or you can just pop there. Yeah, I always talk to my iron. Absolutely. Doesn't everyone talk to their iron? That's not just me, is it? Everyone talks to their iron, surely. Are you safe there? Are you safe there, little iron? It's great. Do we need dimensions on this? I know, but irons come in different shapes and sizes. I'm going to give it a little measure anyway. Just for that. It's all right, I've got a cutting board here. So I'll just turn that round so I can see the measurements. It is 11 inches long, and it's 6 inches wide. So 11 inches long and 6 inches wide at its widest point. So there you go. £5.95. PWPH 52. And Mike, you've given me a brilliant idea, actually. Mike's our director this morning. Chapter 1 of the book. The one thing about ironing. Right, shall we move on? Sorry, you notice how I made that decision then, Hannah? I was just like, right, we're ready to move on. We're ready to move on now to something else. I can talk about ironing all day long. I don't mind getting this back. It's not a problem at all. Right, where are we going for? This one. Now, listen, we had this on Tuesday. Tuesday morning, I was here. And we had this, and we literally had time to whiz through it very, very quickly. And lots of people had lots of different questions that we didn't have time to answer, unfortunately. This is just phenomenal. It really is. For storing pretty much everything you need to, this is what you need. It's from Creative Options. Again, it's our large grab and go rack system plastic storage. It is close to selling out, just to let you know, just before we start. Now, Hannah, you've got on your information the dimensions of this, I know, because it came up as the big question the other day was, okay, what are the dimensions of it? I've got a space and I need to make sure it will go into the space that I want. So while we're getting that, first of all, let's go from top to toe, shall we? From the top, first of all, you've got a big suitcase-style handle to this one, which is very, very strong. So even if you've got lots and lots of weight in there, it's really nicely anchored, which I know you might think, well, so what, does it matter? Yes, it does, because obviously if you're carrying a lot of kit around, you're going to shows and fairs or whatever it may be, and you might be carrying quite heavy, weighty things in there, and that really does have, it has almost like an axle which goes through the top there, which is lovely. Okay, dimensions-wise, I can do that now for you. Excuse me. 39.4 centimetres high even. The length, 41.9 centimetres. Let's call it 42 between friends, shall we? And the width is 29.8 centimetres. Brilliant. Okay. If you didn't get any of that detail, by the way, it is on the website. If you just pop in that code there, GBGQ53 on sewingquarter.com, you will find it. Or if you look under today's auction, it will be there. Right, let's go in through the top. First of all, you've got one of these handles here, which opens and then unlocks. So again, it locks down as well very, very easily and very, very simply. This at the top would be great as well if you're an artist in any way, either for stacking your pencils, your watercolours, your easels, your brushes. Excuse me. You get an easel in there. And I don't mean an easel. I don't mean an easel, do I? I mean a palette. You're quite right, yeah. Hang on, I'm just going to... this big easel... It would be a very tiny easel, actually, wouldn't it? But you can get your palette in there, which is what I meant. Easel. Anyway, lots of storage space there in the top, which is great. And again, it locks down into place very, very easily and securely. And then, of course, you've got your levels. Now, this I really love. With the levels, you open up the front as one. So it's almost like a big garage door in reverse, if you like. And that easily sort of rests down. And then you've got three huge storage solutions. Now, this one that has the little dividers. So again, lengthwise, you've got the... I'll open it and show you. That's a really secure locking mechanism, actually. So lengthwise, you've got your dividers fixed. There are two dividers there, and then a large section at the bottom. But your crosswise dividers, your choice again. You can put those in where you want to. Again, watch the locking. You can hear it. You can hear it locking into place really, really securely. If you run a class or you go to a class, do you know what I mean? And you have to take bits and pieces with you, this is great to make sure that you've got everything that you need. Again, good secure locks on all of these, really, really strong. Again, you've got your lengthwise dividers on this one, so if you've got slightly longer bits and pieces. Be great maybe for jelly roll pieces or design roll pieces that you put in there, or strips that you need, knitting needles, crocheting needles, whatever it might be. And then you've got the largest one, which is here at the bottom. I know why I've got it stuck, because I haven't put my flaps down. It haven't landed properly. That's what it is. And you've got your largest storage at the bottom, which again is just, there you go. Yeah, fat quarter packs, whatever it may be, and lots of space. Now, there are no dividers in that one. There's just a slight ridging that goes on. I don't know whether you can see, they're slightly sort of recessed on the bottom of that, which corresponds to, let me take you inside as well. Can you see it? Almost creates like little hills. Their function, I don't know. Somewhere to keep your sandwiches as well. Always thinking food, aren't we? And then, of course, up comes the hanger door, and then you just lock those securely into place. Weight-wise, by the way, on its own, I haven't got a set of scales here, but I would say it probably weighs, on its own, I would say that's probably not more than one of those sort of 2-kilogram bags of sugar. Yeah, we could see with nipping to the airport and getting it weighed, couldn't we, really? But it's not very, very heavy is what I'm saying. So if you're adding to it, you're not starting off with a big weight there. Diane in Somerset, good morning, my love. She says, please can Derek become a regular presenter? So much fun. Watched him before on another channel. Loved him then too, says Di from Taunton. Mwah. Thank you, darling. That's very, very kind indeed. I'm just supply teaching here today and on Monday. I'm not sure if they'll let me in beyond that, but we'll see. This is great value for money as well, isn't it, at $47.95. I'll tell you how I know that. I know how many of these have sold. I know how many people have bought them, because when you're looking for storage solutions, I know it can be, difficult. And actually, Creative Options, I know, are a fantastic brand, because everything's very, very clear. Everything's very, very concise. All your dimensions are on the website as well, by the way, which is very, very good. And don't forget, you can use the top here for your storage as well, which I love, and it just looks beautiful. But you won't get an easel in there. I just must correct something I said earlier. You won't get an easel in there, unless it's one of those tiny, you know, like the size, like the size of something like that. You might get that in. Incidentally, that's a nice segue to saying that if this is your first order from us here at the Sewing Quarter, any first order of £10 or more gets you absolutely free one of our Sewing Quarter sewing kits. And we've got thread in there and scissors and tape measure and buttons, and there's a seam ripper in there as well, which is lovely. So that sewing kit can be yours absolutely free, courtesy of the Sewing Quarter, with your first order of £10 or more. That's good to know, isn't it? That's very good to know. Right, we only have how many of these left? We are down now to single figures. And when I say single figures, I mean that many. That's it, the last 5 of these, and we are sold out and gone. So congratulations if you've got yours this morning, especially if that's your first order, because that's taken you over the £10, of course, to get the free sewing kit as well. In fact, any order over £10 that is your first gets you the sewing kit. Right, okay. Let's have... Oh, sorry, right. Do you know, I was thinking, right, which one of these are we doing next? They're for storing. In here. In here. Because this is our next storage solution. I love these. I love them. I think they're brilliant. Listen to this. Yeah, I mean, that is sure and secure, isn't it? Which is great. Why purple? Why different colours for these storage selections? And I wondered about this as well. I did think, okay, well, what's the difference between, you know, we've got one of these in clear, we've got one of them in pink, we've got one of them in purple. Why different colours? Well, one is personal preference, obviously. Yes, you might want a clear one that you can see through. But also, the coloured ones are to stop your fabrics from fading. Because if your fabrics are stored where sunlight can get into the room, on something that's absolutely see-through, or if you just have your fabric sort of out on your desk, the sunlight will fade your fabric the same way as it fades your curtains, for instance, if they're, you know, deep coloured, or indeed your artworks inside, Mike's suggesting. I know, in front of my Van Gogh, I'm going to put one of these. But that colour actually stops that sunlight coming through. My Van Gogh is on an easel, yes. It's in there, my easel. So here is your storage. Have we got our dimensions for this one? Oh, I've got it here. 30.5 centimetres. No, that can't be right. 12 by, oh, hang on a second. Sorry, I'm trying to read. 17.25 inches by 15.875 inches by 5.25. Should I do that in centimetres? 43.8 long, 40.3 wide, and 13.3 deep. Fabulous. And great for storing. I mean, it might be your fat quarters. Because I actually think, even when you buy gorgeous fat quarter packs, can I open one of these? No? Okay. Okay. Only one, I promise. Should have seen me in a charm pack earlier. But I think what will happen, I think when you buy fat quarters, I don't think you keep them nice and neatly in the pack like that. I think that's what I would do. I'd get the fabrics out and then, you know, and start, you know, stacking them. And then you've got the situation where you've started using, and you just need somewhere to keep. Do you know what I mean? You've got odd bits and bobs, you know, half a mini quilt, or you've got all the pieces cut for your product. That wasn't very neat, was it, Derry? Deary me, untidy boy. Somewhere, yes. Okay, thanks. Hannah says we've established that I'm very messy with my fabric stash. Oh yeah, if I had the equivalent of Jennifer Taylor's he shed for fabric, it would honestly look like Steptoe's yard. I think, absolutely and completely. But again, great storage system. £15.95. That is in the purple. Let me bring you details for the other one. Should we do the clear first? Let's go in the clear. Now, I say in the clear, but it's not entirely clear. It's slightly cloudy clear, if that makes sense. Again, just to try and limit the effects of sunlight. Now, I just need to check. Are these... I think they will be, but... Yeah, they do. They do. You've got to imagine them with weight in, really, I think, haven't you? But they will. They have got little channels on the top of them, so it will take another one. But, of course, you know, it needs weight in it. Again, I want you to just have a little listen to this. Compared to the other kind of things that you have with this kind of lock on them are usually those little sort of food containers that you can buy, and they're rubbish, aren't they? In my personal opinion, they are rubbish. But listen to this. I mean, that means business. No, Hannah, you can't have this as a lunchbox because your lunch should never be that big unless you're putting an easel in there to do some painting in the park. Remember, if this is your first order with us today, anything over £10 as a first order will get you the Sewing Quarter sewing kit as well, included free of charge. And we love new customers. We love people who are joining us for the very, very first time. If there's any questions you have, by the way, there is one way of getting them to us, and that's via our website, which is sewingquarter.com. And if you go onto the Watch Now link, underneath the player where you're seeing me, hopefully, and these, you've got a little message there, a little box to message the studio, and I'd love to hear from you this morning. This is rather nice as well, isn't it? And I think if you have other storage containers, for keeping clothes or old love letters or whatever it may be, at least having a different, colour will actually, you know, will identify to you very, very easily. This is my fabric stash because it's the pink one. You know as well, if you need somebody to grab something out of your room, then again, just say, I want the fabric box, it's the pink one. And again, it's brilliant. It's very, very good. Poor Hannah just says, I haven't got any new love letters. In fact, actually, you know, old love letters, I don't know. We might just need like a thread packet for that, for me, I think. I don't think I have any old love letters at all, or new ones. So, £15.95, and that is the... Oh, we're calling it magenta, are we? Magenta. I'll go with magenta. Very good. Made in the USA, incidentally. It is lovely. Dimensions. Did I give you the dimensions anyway? I'll do it anyway. Yes, it's the same as the two before, indeed. So it's around about 44 centimetres in length, just over 40 wide, and then 13.5 centimetres deep. There you go. You might use it for 101 different things as well. You might use it for toy storage. You might use it for, you know, travelling around. In the back of the car, it'd be really good. I think something like this, something that locks down so it's not everything shifting from one side of the boot to the other or rolling around or rattling around. That drives me crazy when I'm in the car. So this would be good. In fact, I do have a crate that usually travels around with me, and it's got spare makeup in it and bits of this and that and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And actually, I could probably do with something like this that just sort of tidies all of that up and keeps it in one place. And locks down nicely, keeping it free of the dust and the moths as well. Because, of course, if you are working with fabric, which is why you're here, after all, I would imagine, of course, the last thing you want is your fabric stash being attacked by moths or bugs or anything like that. So that keeps them out because, of course, come the winter months, the moths like a good old knot on a bit of fabric, don't they? So you're not going to have that at all, which is superb. Lovely. Right, OK. Right, and again, they do stack very, very easily, one on top of the other. Lovely. Right, OK, let's have a look at that, shall we? Yes, why not? Lovely. Right, should we do the smaller ones now? Let's go to the smaller ones now. We're going to call this a medium size. And then we've got the white one, which is a different one. So let's go pink first on these. So more of a medium size. Let's just see. Yeah, these do stack really, really nicely on top of each other as well, which is very, very nice. So we'll bring you the pink details first. Let's do dimensions first. Centimetre wise, 35.5 centimetres by 36.5 centimetres by 8.6 centimetres. So there you go. There are your dimensions. They're all on the website anyway, next to the codes and under the player at sewingquarter.com. So again, it's one big storage solution. It's got curved and sort of scalloped edges around the outside, which I think is quite a nice little design feature. I'm just going to lift this. Sorry, I'm just going to lift this right the way out. I just want to have a look at the hinges if we can, because they're all made of that same material, and they're very, very strong, very, very strong, because they're made of the same material. And it's a good sort of rigid material. £8.95. Again, a nice strong lock for you as well. Let's do a bit of locking, shall we? Listen. Fabulous. Again, for your darker colour fabrics, for your K facets and your K facets, they're going to be out on display, aren't they? But for your deeper colour fabrics, just to stop that sunlight coming in and potentially fading them, that's why the different colours as well, plus your personal preference, which either may be a pink or magenta, as we're calling this, or, of course, a lovely purple, which we're about to do now. Right, I'm going to add that to that stack there, actually. Very nice. Oh, look, medium fits on top of the larger ones quite nicely as well. Right, well, nearly. Right, let's do purple now. It's always good to find these things out as you go along. Look at that. £8.95. This is the one in purple then for you. Lovely. Again, yeah, exactly. Not much more to say, is there really? It's exactly the same kind of thing. And, of course, you can get large and medium in the colour of your choice. It's lovely. £8.95. Very, very good. Let's see if they stack. We know these stack, don't we? But let's just see that again. There you go. Perfect, perfect stack. She's lovely. So stack the medium ones together and then the large ones together. Very, very good. Yeah, it's something we all need. Actually, it's something I could do within one of my airing cupboards, actually, for things like pillowcases, just for keeping them organised. You know, when you've, or actually your napkins for the table, you know, for the posh occasions. Then once you've ironed them and everything else, they just tend to be shoved into the drawer with the tea towels and things like that. And actually, yes, Christmas decorations in the loft. Don't say Christmas, Hannah. Wash your mouth out. That's worse than what I did with the charm pack mentioning Christmas. Where are we? Oh, it's just July, isn't it? Shopping TV does have its Christmas in July generally, doesn't it? So get ready for Christmas, folks. Merry Christmas. Anyway, let's move on. Right. Yes, the white box that's slightly different. Right, it's this one. So it's not the medium size and it's not the large size. It's its own size. And this one has compartments in it, so it's for slightly more detailed bits and bobs. 34.9 centimetres in length, 22.9 wide, and 8.3 centimetres high. Again, with these nice secure, very secure locks there at the front. And then inside, as happens with quite a lot of these creative options packs, is you've got the lengthwise dividers are already in there, and your widthwise dividers you choose if and where. This is rather good, isn't it? £9.95. And this one's a little bit deeper than the other compartment box than we showed you before, which is the hemline one, which is that one. Yeah. So there's quite a big size difference. That's the one that we did a little bit earlier on, and that's like a small size, really, the hemline one. Details are on the web. And then, we'll actually put the details of that one across the bottom of the screen. And then this one that we're doing right now is this one. Oh, I love this. This is great. Really, really good. Again, there's lots and lots of different things you can put in there. I think they'd be great, actually, for separating out, you know, buttons and bobbins and bits and pieces. Very, very nice indeed. Needles, pins. Let me just show you the hemline organizer, just in relation to this one. So the hemline says large storage box. They may have a smaller, which is at £3.95, which is this one, which has 18 compartments. Again, the crosswise dividers, you choose if and where. And then the details over here are for this one, for the creative options large. This is called large as well, but it's not as large as the other ones that we've seen either. Wow, good. I'm glad it all makes sense this morning. Fabulous. I'll just add that to my stack, shall I? Right. Okay, let we bring you... No, I don't have those here. Should we do scissors instead? Let's do some scissors. Let's do the big one. The big scissors. The big tailor's shears with a rose gold plated handle. Look at that. Woohoo! These are delicious. Amazing blade. And you can see, actually, if I show you that blade in profile, you can see just how substantial it is and just how it's been milled to bring those fantastic precision edge. Precision is easier to see than say, isn't it? Why is that? They're rose gold coloured. My apologies, they're rose gold coloured rather than plated. But again, they're a good weight and they're nicely balanced actually. These are right-handed scissors, aren't they? Which is good because I am left-handed writing. Get this, left-handed writing, right-handed cutting. I really want something to cut now, but I won't. I won't push my luck. No, it's just always been that way. I've always written with my left hand, but if I played golf or cricket, that would all be right-handed. No idea why. Anyway, scissors. Fabulous even for your thicker fabrics, of course, your oilcloths and your denims. We've got spare blades coming for your rotary cutter very, very soon, but I'm going to switch details to some very, very different scissors. In fact, you can see, little babies. Little babies. These are little embroidery scissors this time. They're very, very sweet. And again, rose gold in colour. Again, just for that detailing. And I love the fact actually that there is enough. So I've got quite large fingers actually as it goes, but there's still enough. There's enough room to actually get in there and actually do that very, very precise detail, cutting the end of a thread or whatever it may be. £5.95, phenomenal. Hello, Sonia in the West Midlands. She says, morning, Derek, great show. Get well wishes to Tash's Freddie. And I see half of the rest of the message and it's disappeared. Oh, our son. Sorry, do you know what? I looked at the message and it looked like our son. So I thought you were going to say our son had chicken pox. So I thought that was going to be a long sentence. Oh, I see, our son. Hello, our son. Lovely to have you with us. So, TXGQ69 is your embroidery scissors. Beautiful. £5.95. We've got Premiere coming up next. Very nice indeed. We've got spare blades for your rotary cutter, which is really, really good. Now, this is interchangeable with different brands. We've checked with Fiskars. And it works with our Fiskars rotary cutter. This is a 45mm rotary blade set. It comes as a set of 3, which is rather good. And they come in a case, so you can actually we had a case as well, didn't we? I'll get it for you. Oh, it's not been opened. Can I open? Yeah, I've opened everything else today. Why not? Why not? Okay, people have been asking about spare blades for a long, long time, actually. This is the first time we've actually been able to say, yes, absolutely we can. The good news about this as well is that obviously they come in a case. So that means when you're taking your old blades out, you've actually got a way of storing your old blades there for disposing of them, which I think is, definitely a plus and a bonus. So you get 3 spare blades. Of course, on the Fiskars cutter that we have, it's very, very simple and easy to interchange the blades. I don't think I will do that now, actually, because it's one of those things that I'm sure you know what to do. Obviously, you have a thread wheel on one side, and you would literally just hold the other, unthread, pop the blade out, and again, you know, put a new one. So these are great. Now, we've waited, I know, an awfully long time for these, and they are interchangeable with different brands, should I say, of rotary cutter. So they're 45mm, set of 3, and it's your spare blades for your cutters. Obviously, I'm not even going to get in there and bring them out. There's not a lot to see with these. These are a premiere today on these. Again, just having them in that handy little storage case. And again, think about the storage solutions that we've done before. You know, have those in one of your storage boxes, maybe. Excuse me. And so you know you've got them. And you only have to buy them once, of course. You know, $7.95, 3 spare blades. If you think about it, that's how much do you pay for toothbrush heads these days? And how often do you change those? An awfully lot. Here you've got something you don't need to change too often. I don't know what the average life of a rotary blade is. It depends on what you've been working with, obviously. Careful, Derek. There we go. Do it the right way around. If you've been working on a lot of, you know, heavy oilcloths, denims, or very, very thick fabrics, of course your blade will need changing more often. But to have that, rather than having to say, right, okay, well my rotary cutter is no good anymore because of its blade, and going out and buying a new rotary cutter, which of course you could do, and of course we are here with that new rotary cutter, but doesn't it make more sense to just buy a set of blades for the rotary cutter that you've got? We've got an awful lot of people who are stacking these up right now. Remember, your postage is only $2.95 for the whole day, no matter how many items you put into your basket and check out, no matter how many times you check out. Between now and midnight, you can check out 105 times. And remember the size of the things that we can send you as well. We looked at that huge, giant storage case earlier. Any of these giant storage cases that we've got here, we send the whole lot for you, $2.95 P&P, no matter what you order. So imagine the size of the parcel. I mean, if you got, just to let you know, we only have 3 of these storage cases left, just so you know. So I'll just bring the details up again for you. It's the Creative Options Large Grab and Grow Rack System Plastic Storage. Of course, it's got the lock there at the top, the big open compartment there for you with bags of space. And then, of course, you've got the landing gear here, which comes down and reveals small, medium and large, again, various sort of storage solutions. And of course, you've got a working tray going on when that's down as well, which is superb, very, very good, and great value for money. Amazing materials as well, $47.95. And it's just, honestly, the parcel would be half the size of me if you ordered just one of those, and we'll still send it for £2.95. I think if I walked into the post office with that wrapped up and said, right, I'm just going to pop that down on the scales, how much would it cost to send it to you right now? I don't think it would be anywhere near $2.95. It would probably be closer to £29.50, I would imagine. Let's go back to your spare blades for your rotary cutter, because I know this is proving massively, massively popular. So we're going to run the details there on the bottom of the screen. They'll show up here. No, they're going to appear here. And it's 3 spare blades for your 45mm rotary cutter. And these are brilliant. And it's very, very easy. I don't know whether you probably haven't even looked at it on your rotary cutter yet, but actually changing the blades is very, very easy. If I just show you on this one, you would literally just hold with your finger on one side and unscrew on the other side. And it's very, very easy. I'm not going to do it right now, but it is very, very easy and relatively as safe as it can be to actually change those blades. And of course, with these being in this little storage case, and you've got 3 blades in here, you've actually got somewhere to put your old blade as well when you want to dispose of them safely. So £7.95, RP, GQ, Q even, 41. And that is at £7.95. Now, I am going to show you a toy that I played with in the first hour, and I love it, love it, love it. We've still got another hour of quilting and embroidery essentials coming up. Oh, dropped my pins again. Clumsy me. Oh dear, that's no good. Good job I've got the back in stock. This is like the advert for Imperial Leather, isn't it? Other soaps are available. It's the Prim magnetic pincushion. I loved it so much I bought the company. Right, you ready for some magic? You ready, Tom? Here we go. Oh, it's just amazing. And so many people have said today, I'm so glad that you've got these. I know Jenny, before we started the 9 o'clock hour, when she came in, she said, I've got to have one. Got to have one. They're phenomenal. How many times have you dropped pins on the rug and they've gone right down in between the twisty fibres? Look at this. Love it. I think it's great. And again, it means you can just scatter your pins with wild abandon whenever you like and just, you know, whiz them back up. Bobbin box to you as well, Hannah. Pins not included, I have to say, with that. £4.95. I won't put the pins away because I know I'll be playing with that again in just a moment. Right, bobbin box. Bobbin box. This is premiere today as well, I think. Oh, no, back in stock, this one, isn't it, today? Oh, not that one. Not that one. Bobbin box. Here's a premiere. I knew there was something about bobbins that was premiere. This is premiere, isn't it? Now, this is back in stock. Well, good. You know, if you're going to get it wrong, get the whole lot wrong, I always say. PU-PH 79. It's because I just wanted to play with a pincushion for the rest of the hour. That's frankly what it was. Back in stock today, holds 32 bobbins. Bobbins not included, of course. Just opens up very, very simply like that. Pop your bobbin spools in there. You can see what's going on. And when you turn it upside down, they don't go walkies, they don't go wandering, they stay where they are, which is brilliant. Again, it's another one of those, which is great to have. $4.40. Is that where you keep your bobbins, Hannah? She keeps them in a chocolate box. So they must unreel themselves all the time. You've got bobbins where you have to keep rewinding the bobbins when you're fishing around for them. And with this, you don't need to do. And bobbin box. Spool box. I knew that. Spool box. Spools not included. Holds 50. Very, very low in stock on this one. This is a premiere today. I knew something was. There you go. And again, we're down to the last half dozen, by the way. Spools not included. Those 3 kits are on the website, though. Those thread packs are on the website. Holds 50 spools, and it's just amazing. Or 30 mini cones of your embroidery thread, by the way. Well, there you go. That's 3 of the 4 hours done, folks. Jenny Fox-Proverbs is joining me again in just a second. And we are talking quilting and... No, we're not. Yes, quilting and embroidery essentials. In fact, we're going to do a little bit of cross-stitch as well. Lovely. I'm going for a 3-minute lie down. I'll be back with Jenny after this.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
So today I'm going to show you how to do a double stitch. Now you would use a double stitch at the start and the end of your sewing to secure your threads rather than using a really big knot. You're going to want to take your needle through the front of your fabric first and then come out back through the front. So I'm using really big stitches at the moment so I can see what I'm doing. You're going to leave a tail before you then repeat that in and out motion. So you can see that's 1. I'm going to go back through again and that's 2. So you can see I've done 2 stitches in the same place. That's giving me my double stitch. You would then do whatever stitch it is that you're going to go on to do. So I'm just going to do a quick running stitch. Okay, so now I'm going to do my double stitch at the very end of my stitch there. So it's repeating the process. So I'm going in, and then back out, in, and then back out, before clipping my threads. So obviously you would clip these closer when you get to finishing your garment. So there you have it.
On Monday the 3rd of July, we'll be joined by sewing machine guru Jane Brogan for a very special unveiling. Jane will be bringing her Swiss-designed Elna Lotus, which is the latest addition to our range of premium quality sewing machines. If you like to sew on the go or have limited space, the Elna Lotus is just the ticket. Its compact, folding design offers all the essential functions of a modern sewing machine with the added benefit of portability. Jane will demonstrate some of the fantastic features of this model and will share with us plenty of tips, tricks and sewing machine secrets. So join us for this Elna Lotus special, Monday 3rd of July at 8 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. Morning everyone, I can't believe it's the last hour already, can you? It's just gone, it's flown, and I have loved it. I hope you've enjoyed it as well, whether you're a seasoned quilter, sewist, whatever you might be, or whether you're brand new and you're just discovering this new world and discovering that it's not a scary world, it's an enjoyable world, full of inspiration and fantastic ideas. With me, Jenny Fox-Proverbs, the editor of today's Quilter magazine, and you have bought, again, you've brought another library with you, haven't you?
I have. My favourite thing, books.
Brilliant. So we're talking cross-stitch in this hour, aren't we?
We're talking cross-stitch, yes. And funnily enough, for a quilting editor, this is where my love of textiles and sewing and things really began, was with cross-stitch.
Okay.
It was the first thing that I learned to do with a needle and thread, and it was my first job as well in publishing.
Oh, really?
Was on working on cross-stitch books, so they're very near and dear to my heart.
So any cross-stitch questions we can invite in, and Jenny will have the answer.
And if I don't know it, this book probably will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yes, exactly. If Jenny doesn't know it, we'll look it up in 1,000 cross-stitch motifs, which is brilliant. And you've been working from this book as well, haven't you?
I've done a tiny little bit. I couldn't resist when I came back.
It's lovely. First time on air for us here at the Sewing Quarter. 1,000 cross-stitch motifs by Jan Eaton, and there are so many in there. I just know you want me to open those pages fully, and I will in just a second. £9.95. Let me just see how many pages, because I know that's a question that comes up quite a lot, actually. How many pages in this book? 256. Which is pretty good for £9.95, actually, isn't it? That means there's going to be lots and lots of different ideas.
Less than a penny per motif.
Oh, you've worked it out.
I know. That's my maths done for the week.
Very good. Well done. You can lie down now for an hour.
I know. Well, I find quite a good way of relaxing is doing a bit of cross stitch. It's very therapeutic.
For those people who have never cross stitched, now forgive me if I'm teaching Granny how to suck eggs here, and I'll always apologise for that. But I know there are some people who are thinking, okay, cross stitch versus embroidery. What's the difference?
Cross stitch. The main thing about cross stitch is it's a counted thread technique. So with embroidery, you tend to be using more of an even weave fabric, and you're using varying lengths, and you're a bit more freestyle. With cross stitch is great, particularly for beginners, because you're counting over blocks and over squares, following a grid. So it's a really nice thing to do.
Oh, I see.
So it's a little bit like painting by numbers to start with.
Hannah's dying to look at some of these designs. I think you should get the book, Hannah. I think you should get the book. It's fantastic. Look, let me show you. There are lots and lots of different designs going on here.
Some of these motifs are almost a design, a chart in itself, rather than just being small motifs.
They're great, aren't they? Really good. They look. Do you know what they look like in this modern world that we live in? They look like emojis, don't they?
Oh, they do.
You could create your own little cross-stitch emojis and lovely frames there and borders and animals and florals and trees and butterflies. It's all in there. It's all in there. Well worth having. So what have you picked out?
What have I picked? Well, the thing that I liked, but I didn't have time, so page, what are we on? 162 at the top under hobbies and occupations. For anybody who loves sewing and is thinking about taking up cross-stitch, we've got some lovely sewing motifs in here, some lovely crafty sewing.
Oh, brilliant, yes. So you've got a ball of wool with some knitting needles. You've got some cotton reels, some buttons. Pink, is that a pink cushion there?
It is. I don't know if it's magnetic though.
And look, you've got some a needle going through some thread going through a needle.
So that's one of the things that the motifs always make me think of is when you're making cards for people, or you're maybe embellishing a ready bought book or something. Because what I stitched was, because when I got back from holiday, I'd missed my cats very much.
Oh, beautiful!
So I stitched a little cat last night.
Oh, let's show everyone. Do you mind if I?
Yes.
Let me show you. That is a stunner.
#proud.
Look at that. It's very good, actually, isn't it? And that's the perfect size. And of course, you can scale this, I guess, as well, can't you? You can use the size in the actual guide, or you could, I guess, you could scale it in some kind of way. So can you scale a cross-stitch?
You can to an extent if you use different counts of Ada or even weave, and we'll look at that in a second when we look at the fabric.
Okay. Alrighty. I love this cat. Let's have another look. Love it. It's great, isn't it? Did I just make a fact up then?
My little pussy cat. You made up a challenge.
Okay, that's all right. That challenge is good.
Yes.
But people will wonder as well, because they might think, right, okay, love that cat, but I want some different size cats, and I'm going to use them as motifs on. Now, here's a question for you. Yes. Can I cut around that and applique it onto something, or is it meant to be standalone within its context?
You can cut around that. You can do whatever you want with it because it's fabric. So you can applique it to something. You can stitch it on. You can even glue it to a card if you wanted to.
Did you say glue?
I'm sorry. I did. I said glue.
She said glue. Wash your mouth out.
If you're ever in a hurry, and you have some blank, it's a great little embellishment. I also love them on sort of mini quilts, so doing mini blocks, and then it's a lovely way to personalise. So something that you can't do with sewing or piecing or patchwork, it's a lovely way to add little personalised details. The other thing in here is, of course, having the alphabets. Talking of personalisation at the back. So there's a lovely kind of treasury of different styles of alphabets. Right, let's find them.
Oh yes, lots and lots of different fonts as well.
Yeah.
Here's that kind of, I want to call it the A-Team font. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of all-action font, isn't it? But you've got lots of traditional fonts in here as well. Let me see if I can whiz through. So you've got that one, which is a little bit more like, it's like the retro computer graphics kind of text, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is rather nice. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Very, very nice. And that one looks a little sort of antique, vintage, doesn't it? Sort of Tudor, am I thinking?
Yeah, it'd be
something
Victorian.
maybe.
It'd be beautiful. That would be a beautiful kind of Victorian handkerchief fill. So you might want to embroider those onto personalised table linen.
Like those. Yes,
they're fun.
Wedding favours and things like that, maybe, for personalising those.
Yeah, and they're great for newborn babies as well.
Yeah,
they're lovely things to put their name and their date of birth and so on it. And this book really allows you to kind of be your own designer as well.
Yeah, they're great. Oh, I love that one. That's very 1920s, isn't it?
Art Deco.
Yes, very Bugsy Malone.
Yes, I
love it. Very, very good. Very, very good. Now, Hannah's asking, and I shall look in the back and see whether we've got anything for... Oh, yes, there is. Hannah, I don't even want to say this word again. She's maybe said it already once today, and you know, I think it's far too early. But you might be considering your makes for this time of the year. So you've got... I thought they were robins there for a second. They're not. They're Santa faces, aren't they, with big beards. In fact, you could go for big beard or even bigger beard. You've got a well-known pudding down there. You've got some candles and some stockings. and some wreaths and a snowman and some baubles and bells, and it might just be the perfect time of year to start thinking about these kind of projects for this.
Start making Christmas cards. Card blanks. You can choose your motifs, cut them out, put them on the front, or double-sided tape. And it's lovely. Yes.
Right, let's have a little look at the Ada fabric.
Okay, so the Ada fabric is...
I've got
we've got lots here.
That's here, isn't it?
Okay, so we've got, with this today, we've got 4 different products.
Yes.
So we have 2 Ada fabrics in cream.
Yep.
And 2 in white. Mm-hmm. And the difference between, the cream option and the white option is I love using... The back. Yeah, the cream is lovely when you're going for that kind of vintage look. You want that slightly kind of washed out look, and you're using soft colours. Okay. It immediately gives something a look of that real kind of heritage.
Alrighty, so tell me, what's the difference between 16 and 18 count then?
That's where the sizing comes in. So 16 count means there are 16 holes per inch. Mm-hmm. 18 count means there are 18 holes per inch. Therefore, with 18 count, your motifs are going to come out slightly smaller.
Oh, I need the 18 cream as well, because that seems to be missing. Unless I've hidden it somewhere. Let's bring you up the details for the... oh, hang on. Which one are we doing now? Sorry. 18 cream. Yes, that's that one. Sorry. I am missing one. I'm missing 16 white.
So 16 and 18 are both give you quite a...
Oh, no, 16 cream, sorry. 16
cream or 16 white both give you a really detailed look, so you'll have fairly kind of, your motifs will come out small and detailed and really exquisite looking, and then as the whole count goes up, then it starts to get bigger. Your motifs will get bigger, but they'll kind of lose detail as well. So I love working on these the bigger counts, because it gives smaller results with more detail.
Okay. Right, so you can make bigger motifs by upping the count? Or
reducing the count.
Reducing the count.
Yeah, I know.
This is like seed beading in jewellery, where...
It's counterintuitive.
Yeah.
It's completely counterintuitive.
Right, here is... Oh, okay. Oh, we're in cream, aren't we, at the moment? So there is the 18 in cream. Actually, I don't have the 16 in cream, as I mentioned. That's coming in just a second. Good. So now we understand the difference between 16 and 18.
Yes. It's all explained in this book.
Okay, can you just show us the size of the piece that you're going to be getting? Because I think that's probably quite important to see. Oh, okay, right. So I'll just hold that up for you, actually, because it's white, so there's nothing to look at, really. But size-wise, that's the kind of size of piece that you are looking at. And I think it is 30 by 45 centimetres, I think it is, isn't it? This one. And are we looking at the 18 or the 16 here?
We're looking at 16.
16. So slightly smaller kind of gauge.
Bigger.
Bigger, that's right, yes. No, that's good to keep reminding me.
I even had to think about it for a second there.
It's like seed beading, where the larger the number, it's the more that fit into an inch. It's the same kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same idea, exactly. So with this, you get a good amount of the fabric to use. And I think particularly when you're working in conjunction, perhaps with this book, with motifs, this is great, because you'll be able to do lots of little motifs from this and cut them out. Yeah, because if you put your cat onto that for a second, and see how much room that takes up. I mean, and you think about all of the motifs, which I'll just keep showing you. You think of all of the motifs, look, that are in the book. And they are actual size, aren't they, in the book? Are they? They come out slightly larger than actual size.
Okay, well, where's your cat? That was on 56, wasn't it? Your cat's on 56.
There's my cat on.
Right, so the cat that Jenny made was there in the picture. In reality, made on
16 counts,
which would make it, if anything, larger.
Yes.
is actually in slightly smaller, as you can see.
So I think here, if you were using a larger count, you might get something more this size.
Okay.
What's wonderful about...
What can you go up to?
You can go up to about a 12 count, I think.
Oh, okay. So that would be for real beginners then, would it?
Yeah, and it's brilliant, you know, and it's brilliant for, it's where sort of kids start as well. And then as you get more experience, then you can move down.
Coolio. Now, has our 16 cream come back yet? No? We can't find the 16 cream, but listen, if I just show you the difference of colours between cream and white, then you can choose the options that you want. So you can see the cream is slightly more, almost like vintage paper kind of texture and feel, that sort of creaminess to it. Yes, it does have a little bit more kind of warmth to it.
It's lovely.
And the white is, well, as the name suggests, quite white. There you go. So we've got the details there for the 18 count in the white, but you'll find all the details for the 16 and the 18 on the website, underneath where we are playing right now. Fantastic. Now, are we doing, or are we moving on?
Well,
what do you think?
Well, what we could do, what I brought while we're still on the Ada.
Yes.
And I thought if we want to move on to one of the other books, because I just wanted to talk a little bit about starting cross-stitch, about where you start.
Oh, okay. Right, so we're diving into the cross-stitch garden now.
I think we should.
Lovely.
We've got the cross-stitch garden.
Oh, how cute is this? Brand new. Oh, now this is brilliant. This reminds me of a book that I've just bought about planting and pruning, about what to do with your flowers and whatever. Brilliant. This is brilliant. I love this. It's great. This is a definite coffee table book, this, isn't it?
Yes. The designer of this book, she's a really passionate gardener, grows flowers.
Kazuko Aoki.
Kazuko Aoki, yes.
Fantastic.
She's Japanese, but I believe she lives in Sweden now.
Oh, does she?
And you can sort of, she's got that lovely aesthetic as well in this book. So
gorgeous, isn't it? Look at the imagery in this; it's just beautiful. Love that frog. Love it. And all the pond plants there as well. The umbellifers, I believe they're called. Ooh. I watch Gardener's World, you see. And your spring bulbs. Great book, isn't it? £12.95. And again, you've got here the... Do we refer to it as a pattern or grid or...
We have the charts.
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 It's like ocean going. We're looking at the charts,
Captain.
Looking at
the charts.
Okay.
So with the charts, these charts are great because they are in black and white.
Yes.
As well as in colour. One of the great things about black and white is that it's very clear and it's what we call symbol on white, which means you have a key here. And this tells you, so you can see the different symbols refer to different colours. And we can see that in the chart.
Now they're quite small and detailed though, aren't they?
Yes.
Do you definitely need a magnifier of some sort when you are cross-stitching?
I think it's handy, I think a magnifier and possibly even a daylight bulb as well. A light is handy. I think once you get into it, you kind of work out what you need. But it's a really good investment. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, because it is one of those things that you will spend some time doing as well. And what you can't quite see there, we'll need to take the detail of maybe just like one, like the watering can or something. So you can see there are tiny, tiny little symbols that denote the colour that you will use. Like some have little crosses on them, some have little stars on them. I don't know if we can get you close enough to see actually. But every chart, you see there are different sort of shades of colour there, but they're not actually shades, they're different symbols. And some of them are like, you know when you're diverted off the motorway and they say follow the black square or follow the yellow triangle or whatever, follow the yellow brick road usually for me. It's that kind of thing, which you'll know if you're familiar with cross-stitch. Yeah. What else have you picked out from this book? It's lovely actually, it's beautiful.
It is lovely, and one of the other things that I've picked out actually is for the beginning on page 8. So the first part of the book gives you these amazing photography of the project, so you can see the finished projects. So I love these because I know we're loving these little metal purse frames here.
Yeah.
So it's amazing because you can make your cross stitch and put it into a purse frame, for example.
Nice.
So what we've also got here is images of the designer's kind of design process as well on the opposite page. So So if you're ever thinking of kind of designing your own as well, there's inspiration there. Other.
Oh, and this is the one I love. Hang on, this is the one I love. This is brilliant because no. I tell you why. You know, we do it all the time. We don't mean to, but we do it all the time. When it comes to tea towels and dishcloths, you just not dishcloths, but tea towels. You just think, do you know what? They're not pretty. None of them are pretty. So I'll just buy any old thing. But embellish them with some cross stitch, and suddenly you've got something which looks very, very smart. So you can get the cheapest old tea towels and then turn them into something that's very, 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 very sophisticated.
And sometimes the
cross-stitch.
cheaper ones are perfect because they tend to have a more open weave as well. So they're great to buy and experiment on and embellish. And have something that you can give as a gift, or you can put in your guest bathroom, even if you're doing part of a hand towel or something. Yeah. You can do all of that with this book.
Only leave a tea towel in your guest bathroom if you don't want them back again. Yeah. But I know what you mean, yes, for the hand towels and whatever. Let's see, what else have we got? I'm just going to have a little flick through and see what we've got here. Oh, now. That's rather nice. Look. Look at that. That's very, very nice indeed. Swedish wildflowers. You can see that on there. And then if we flick over to the next page, you will see Wildlife Garden Cottage. Is that cottage or collage? Collage. Well, it could be either. You've got the little frog there and the beautiful, beautiful wild plants there. And you've got your charts, which are all of the way through, which is great. In fact, they're the charts for... Are they some of the pansies? Are they? Let's have a little look.
Yeah.
Are they? Yes, actually, well, they're the viola. So there's all sorts going on there for you. So different flowers right the way through. Hannah, you were guessing. Beautiful, though, all of the way through. I like it.
It's lovely. It's really rustic. One of the things on the big charts that you'll notice as well are, if anyone's ever wondering, are these arrows?
Oh, hang on. I'll show you what Jenny's looking at. Oh, right. If you go to the top of the chart here, there is a little arrow pointing down, and then there's one at the side which is pointing in.
So what these are doing is these are telling you where the centre lines and the centre of your fabric is and where to start stitching.
Oh, is that why you've added some basting stitches to this? Okay, so Jenny's got a piece of the Ada?
Yes.
Here. Why Ada? Do you know? Is it after somebody's name or something? Anyway, she's used that reference point, the arrows on the chart, to find the centre point, and you would start stitching in the middle.
You start stitching, yeah. So you just take the fabric, fold it in half, once fold it in half again. That gives you your halfway lines, you meet in the middle, and also based around the edge of your fabric, of your Ada as well, to help stop fraying while you're working on it as well. So if you do all this preparation to begin with, then you thank past Jenny, future Jenny thanks past Jenny for doing all of that. But that's just a great way to make sure that you're kind of really ready and set up. Yeah. You might have invested in your light, your magnifying glass as well.
Hayley, there's some homework for you. Hannah, should I say. Why Ada? Why is it called Ada? Maybe you know at home. Maybe you're screaming the answer at the telly right now. Get it through to us via the website. If you go on, the emails aren't working today. We still can't find the password, unfortunately. That's the problem today. But if you go via the website, sewingquarter.com, underneath the player where you're watching us will be a little box to send a message through to the studio. So if you know why cross-stitching fabric is called Ada.
Ada, yes. Ada. And it's always with the capital A as well when it's printed.
Oh, okay. Right. There you go. There's your homework at home. Maybe you've got the means to. See if you can beat Hannah to the answer. Let's see. Right. Okay, so that's a lovely book, actually. It's well worth having, isn't it? Premiere today. It's called The Cross Stitch Garden by Kazuko Aoki, who is Japanese but lives in Sweden now. As so many people do when they want calm and serenity, they go to Sweden, don't they? £12.95 is your price tag. Again, it's another quilting and embroidery essential. I love that project that's just on the front page there. That's pretty good, actually. That's a way of, what's that? They're like a tin lid, isn't it?
Well, yeah, look, a little tea. It looks like a little tea caddy.
Yeah.
On the front. So lots of ideas for how to use your stitch. It's really important is to have inspiration and guidance on how you then use what you've stitched as well, because it's there to be enjoyed every day. Angela,
there'll be a lot of flowers in your garden that you'll actually be able to create in here. So yes, there are pansies. Yeah, all of your plants as well. It will help you to identify some of them as well, which is very, very good. Love it. Very, very good. Right. Okay, let's move on, shall we? Oh, we have another premiere. It's like a library today, isn't it? It's great. We've got another premiere now for you, which is Liberty Cross Stitch, 24 Designs to Sew by Hélène Lebert. Ooh. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Oh, this is nice. This is full of amazing projects. I can see on the back cover here. It says the book combines pretty cross-stitch designs with classic Liberty prints to create gorgeous hand-stitched items for you, your home, and your family and friends. Hélène Lebert. Her stylish designs give the simple, traditional technique of cross-stitch a fresh, contemporary appeal and places it firmly in the 21st century. With clear, step-by-step instructions, beautiful photographs, full-size patterns, and easy-to-follow cross-stitch charts. You'll be amazed at how easily you can make something that has beauty, style, and a professional finish. Yeah, sorry, I was just reading that. That was good, wasn't it? I enjoyed that. Very, very good. So, what are we having a little... Oh, these are really, really clear charts and patterns, aren't they? And these are in colour this time.
Yes, these ones are in colour. So I think for me, what really attracted me to this book was if you already sew, or in your interiors, or you love Liberty fabric. This was the first book or pattern thing that I saw that really took inspiration from that Liberty fabric.
So this is about getting the look.
Into cross stitch, yeah, getting the look of it, getting that same kind of feel and aesthetic.
Yeah.
And then if you want to, it then takes you that bit further and shows you how to make up the stitching into projects using fabric from your stash, Liberty fabric if you love it, fabric that you've bought from us. So it's a great kind of all-rounder, taking you right from the very first cross stitch right through to it could be a finished gift. Something
fabulous, aren't there? There's lots and lots of different projects. Pot holders, they are fantastic. Do you know what I have in my house? Every time I see this kind of project here on the Sewing Quarter, I look at my naff old terracotta pots and think, you could look so much nicer. I talked to the pots as well. Spoken to the iron earlier. Now I'm talking to my pots. Anyway, what in particular has caught your eye? I mean, everything, I guess, in here.
Everything's beautiful in here. One thing that I saw that I thought was quite striking.
We were at the same page then, funnily enough. It's an evening bag.
It's an evening bag, and I love the idea of using the cross stitch for the flap for the panel on the front. And then using your fabric, and then your fabric for the actual main bag is really beautiful.
And that looks like is that a pearly strap there that it has?
I think it's got a necklace.
Oh, is that a necklace?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is a clutch, isn't it?
But if you've got something like, for example, you've got Lisa Lamb's Bagmaker's Bible, there's no reason why you can't use one of those projects and incorporate the cross stitch into it and adapt it.
Look on the next page. Fancy earrings. Wow, now this is combining two worlds now for us and our sister channel. Fancy earrings.
It collides.
Lovely.
It's really beautiful. I love these on page 50.
Oh, hang on. New arrival. I mean, you can go out and you can buy the silver, this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah. Or, look! Is that not the cutest thing you have ever seen?
And then just on that opposite page...
That makes you broody just looking at it, doesn't it?
Shows you, it's like one of those little teddies that has a little bit of embroidery on the pad of its foot. So just down here then we have this is where the cross stitch lies.
Oh, can you see that?
Beautiful little real heirloom gift.
Oh my word.
On this one. So it's that kind of, this book has these really kind of exquisite, clever little projects. It just, they do them, you go, ooh.
That is so sweet, isn't it? I mean, because quite often what happens is, if nans or aunties and uncles to be find out, right, okay, new arrival, everyone rushes out to the shops, don't they? Well, I'll buy the silver this, and I'll buy this, that, and the other, I'll buy rompers, and la, 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 la. But to be able to... I'm sorry, we've got to have another look at that. Sorry. Got to have another look at that. That is the most delicious thing ever. Look at that. Oh, my word. That is so, so sweet. No, I think they're already in my size, Hannah. It's fine. Oh, that's just adorable. That just, honestly, that makes everyone broody, doesn't it? Straight away.
I could make 2 pairs and put them on one of my cats.
Yeah, you could. I'm not sure how the cat would appreciate it, though.
It wouldn't. I don't know.
Oh, hang on. Oh dear.
Go on.
Oh dear. I have a message from the wise, and I did say to you, if we did anything wrong, anything you wanted to correct us on, message straight away through. Ada is pronounced Aida, like the opera, apparently.
Aida.
I don't know why it's called that, though. We still don't know why it's called Aida. Right, so Aida.
Pronunciation is important, though.
Okay, anyone else who has any advance on Aida because of the opera? Hang on, well, it can't be inspired from, can it? No, because they're completely different things, aren't they? Okay, we're on the case. It's like treasure hunt this morning.
Yeah.
Listen, we've got less than half an hour to solve that one as well. Why is Aida so called for cross-stitch? Why? Why? Hang on, Aida. That now sounds like either a Spanish or an Italian kind of word. Okay, if you know, please do get in touch right now. Unfortunately, the emails aren't working, so you'd have to go to the website, sewingquarter.com, click on Watch Now, and then underneath the player where we are, there's a little box there to message the studio. Oh, we're on the same page again.
Yeah.
We are on the same page again. Box of secrets this time. Ah, okay, so the cross stitch is on the inside, so you've made a box with fabric.
Yes.
And then inside, you've got your cross stitch.
So full
What would you keep in there?
instructions. Well, the book even gives you some ideas and tips.
Oh, does it? Right, hang on, let's have a little look, because I want to know what would go in there. Oh, yes, it would be great for holding a diary, a small sketchbook, the gossip about next door. No, sorry, perhaps, I misread that. Perhaps containing poems or designs. Love letters we were talking about earlier. If you already have a journal or notebook that you would like to store, you can easily adapt the instructions above to make a secrets box to fit. Ooh, depends how big your secret is, I suppose, isn't it?
Giant crate.
Right, let's move swiftly on while we all contemplate the size of our secrets.
Yes.
Where should we go next?
But that's, yeah, I adore this book, and I think particularly for...
Oh! Look, oh, sorry.
Oh, we're on the page, page again.
More things for the bubba.
Yeah.
Look. Look at that! I know, I never expected to come in here and want to leave a parent. There you go. Never know you're lucky in a raffle, do you? It's a great book. Do get hold of it. It's KRSP06. It's the Liberty Cross Stitch book by Hélène Lebert, even. £10.95. It's a brilliant read, as you see. Got some inspiring projects, all giving you that nod to the Liberty look as well at £10.95. Definitely a must-have. Love it. Very, very nice. Now, what should we do next? Are we jumping through hoops yet? Are we flossing? We've got so much that we can do. Should we hoops? Let's do hoops. Now, to do embroidery, and is it the same for... No, it's not the same for cross-stitch, is it?
Yes, it's the same.
Oh, is it?
Yes. In fact, any fabric you're working on where you want to provide tension and a flat surface.
Yes.
Hoops are your friend.
Okay. On this, you're actually getting all three. So we've got small, medium and large, of which I'm sure we will have the dimensions in just a second. Do you know, I've seen these probably hundreds and hundreds of times and don't know at all how they work. So we'll find out very, very quickly in just a moment. NXGC49, it's the embroidery hoop bundle. You've kind of got small, medium and large going on there, little concentric circles. Dimensions being 17 centimetres, 12 centimetres, Oh, and 10 inches, which would be
25 centimetres.
25 centimetres. Lovely. So 10, 12 and 25. Fabulous, right. Okay.
That's actually a really good price as well for that bundle, because when you buy them separately, it can start to kind of add up a bit.
I've actually been into one of those stores that do crafting supplies, and I don't mean the one that we all kind of... No, I don't mean that one at all. I mean actually an independent. And I've been in there for something completely and utterly different and just had a look at this kind of thing. And often you buy the size that you want, either the large one or the small one or the medium one. Oh, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Okay. By fiddling, I found out. So one becomes two.
Yes.
Actually, should we do it with a smaller one? Because it's probably just easier with the size of the piece that you've got. Medium, maybe.
Let's do medium one.
I'll do the large one up again.
So you've got your...
I'm going to be wearing this like a necklace in just a second, I just know it.
Screw on the top.
Okay.
So it should be untightened. So yes, so we have two.
That's a brass screw as well, by the looks, isn't it?
It is. It's a lovely thing.
Yeah.
I quite often use these as little frames as well, to frame something. I'll show you in a minute. Okay. Getting carried away. There's always multiple uses for things, which I love. So what you're going to do is you're going to choose parts of the fabric where you're going to stitch.
Okay.
And then you're going to pop the inside, the inner hoop, which doesn't have the screw on it, underneath. So say I want to start right in the centre. I'm going to lay that on top and I can feel that. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to take the outer part.
I got it.
The outer part, and you're just going to press that over. And it might be, if you're using slightly thicker fabric such as Aida, you might need to undo the screw a little bit more, but just until it's over.
So is this about tension?
It's about tension, yes. Mm-hmm. It's about tension, and also the fact it allows you to hold your stitching.
Do you want me to?
So if it's, you should be able to. That's it. It's just grabbing it underneath. So.
Okay.
And then all I'm doing is tightening that screw.
Yeah.
Until it's nice and firm.
And away you go.
That's it. And away you go. So now you can hold it with one hand, and you can stitch with the other. It's not draping everywhere. You can see you're not getting your new stitches caught up in your old stitches and so on. So it's literally giving you that canvas as if you're painting. And
what we've done here, and a different idea of utilising these hoops as well, is by patchworking fabric together. Was this you? Was this you?
I told you I love it.
Yeah. And then literally, putting the fabric within, obviously cut to size and everything else. Well, you can do that after you've got it into the hoop, I guess. Can you?
Yes.
You didn't necessarily do it for the...
different ways of doing it. So all I did there was I worked out roughly how big the fabric was I had to stitch. Mm-hmm. And what I've done with this is I've actually glued the fabric on. I know!
She's glued!
I'm only realising how much I use glue now.
Glued!
And used a piece of plain fabric.
That's fine. Nobody sees that. It's fine.
On the back.
Gluing is allowed for that. In fact, you did all of our set dressing, didn't you, for the studio, didn't you?
I know. You don't have to glue it, because the whole idea is a hoop holds it.
Yeah,
which gives
look at
you
all of those.
Neater feel of the back.
This is how we have such a fabulous looking studio, you see.
And I've painted. I love painting them, and so they're great. So even
they're very
if you find
effective,
that
though, aren't they?
Yeah. So even if you don't need it,
very, very nice.
You can use it to display your cross stitch.
So you've got 3 different sizes you can see here. Was it 10, 12, and 25? Did you say, Hannah, in terms of centimetres? And your bundle is all 3. Sorry, 12, 17, 25. I did wonder. Fabulous.
But these are great sizes.
Yeah, and for $9.95. So rather than having to sort of think about it and go to suppliers and everything else, rather than just saying, I'll buy a 17 when I need it, just get the bundle right now, and then you've got a smaller one for smaller projects and a larger one for larger projects.
Ready to go.
One for a wall hanging with some fabric, or some of your cross stitch.
Yeah.
Sally's been in touch. The speculation that Aida fabric was renamed to take advantage of the popularity of the opera, says Sally in Dunbow.
So what was it called before?
Wow.
Now I want to know what it was called before.
Yeah, now we need to know what it was called before. It was called Aida. Oh, hang on. Hannah might have a theory on that. I think she's Wikipediaing. It's also called Java Canvas, as well as fancy oatmeal. Well, I think we can discard the fancy oatmeal. Java Canvas, Java. Brazil, South America?
Yeah.
I'm thinking coffee. Do you know what I mean? And it was also called what, sorry? A French name. Okay. A French name that Hannah can't pronounce. Okay. Any other theories, please get in touch between now and 12 o'clock.
Dictionary Corner.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, this show has turned into something completely and utterly different. Should we do some threads now? I say threads, and I do actually mean embroidery floss.
Embroidery floss, yes.
Floss. Why floss?
Why floss? Well, it's what this really describes is rather than being thread, which tends to be just one strand.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I've got
Could you rainbow first?
some open.
Yeah. Oh, have you got one?
Oh, should we open those? Maybe that's mine.
I can open one. Which colour do you want?
Oh, let's go something nice and bright.
Oh dear, here's something else I'll get in trouble for. But hey, what's trouble for, eh? There you go.
Thank you, purple.
So, let me show you the pack, because this is the rainbow stitching floss. 7 colours. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo we have at the moment, and black, of course, as in every rainbow. There's a black, isn't there?
There's black.
Anyway, most of them are there, which is fine.
Zooming.
Right, so why floss?
Why floss?
Let's zoom in.
So this differentiates it because when we're embroidering or cross stitching,
Yes.
floss gives you a choice of how thick you want the thread to ultimately be.
Okay.
So
So how many strands are in a floss then?
in a floss, there are 6. Are generally made up of 6 strands.
Right.
And if you're doing thick stitching, then you'll have these are your 6.
I had this when I bought a little teddy bear kit, and the threads came like this.
Oh yes, yeah.
And I've done lots of teddy bear kits, Hannah. I'll be posting pictures next week. And you split your, I think they call it skein, do they?
Yeah.
You split your skein, which I've never figured out how to do quite without tying yourself in knots, down to just 2 threads if you're stitching something that you don't necessarily want to be seen.
So that's just one. That's one thread.
Yeah.
There, and that's compared to that's all 6 when
yeah.
they're together. So generally with cross stitch, for cross stitch you tend to use 2 of these. So you.
Oh, so these go a lot longer, a lot further then, don't they? So one.
You basically
floss.
have 3 times one skein. Well, so one skein.
One skein has. Actually, it doesn't say that. Oh, yes, it does. 8.75 yards. Ooh, now what's that in old money? I'll get Hannah onto the. Oh no, yard is just under a metre, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that'd be just under about 8.5 to 9 metres. But obviously, you would times that by 3 if you're splitting your skein from 6 down to 3 lots of 2.
Exactly.
It's too many numbers. I can't cope.
Well, for the cross stitches, you generally use 2, and if you're doing back stitch, which is a kind of outline, so you colour in with your cross stitch and you outline with your back stitch, you would just use 1 to give you that really fine look, and that's what I used for my little pussycat.
Oh, so you would.
I've made him with 2 threads, and I've used
the cat.
1.
Let me show you. There you go. Oh, sorry. Right.
To get these little fine back stitches
cute.
for whiskers and things.
Alrighty. Oh, yes, right. Oh, yes, okay, so you'd use a single, would you, for that?
Yes, use 1. And then because I just wanted to do little tiny eyes, I did my little French knots using just 1 as well.
Yeah. So cute.
So this thread is the floss is beautiful. It's really silky, and it's so exciting to see the packs coming in these colours.
You used the parlour pack for the cat, didn't you?
I did.
Yes, you did. Okay,
So
let me show you the details of the colours that are on the rainbow first. and it's not quite a true rainbow as we know it, Jim. There is red and orange and yellow and green and a blue and a purple. Indigo sort of purple, isn't it? But then we go black. And I guess, actually, as on Jenny's cat, actually, a black, of course, is great for outline. It's great for outlining. Which is great. So that's the rainbow pack.
These would look amazing on the white Aida. They give you that really pop of brightness and very modern looking.
We've got some here, actually, haven't we? So let's pop the colour over that. Actually, yeah, that just works, doesn't it? Completely and utterly. And that's just one of the colours. Really
beautiful. So lovely for things for sort of children's gifts or very sort of modern looking cross stitch.
And we've got the Aidas in white, 16 count and 18 count. 18 counts those details over there and 16 of those down there. And we have the 2 sizes in cream as well. Shall we swap packs?
Yes.
And let's look at Parlour, because Parlour was the pack that actually Jenny used for her pussycat.
I think this one might be my favourite out of the 2, actually, because the colours are... I was thinking they'd look amazing on that cream Aida, because you get that slightly kind of rustic vintage look to it. And they're slightly more subtle. The colours are a bit subtle. They're a bit unusual. Yeah,
it's a nice selection, actually, isn't it? With this one, and we don't have to worry about rainbows this time, so there's no rules to break. This one here might look a little black to you on screen, but actually it's the sort of darkest, deepest, rich sort of maroon purple. It's very, very nice. It's a bit sort of rugby top purple. Do you know what I mean? That really sort of velvety, deep purple. Then you've got... Now, this is really nice. This is like... how would we describe this pink? Yeah, it is like a dusky pink.
It's beautiful.
It is very, very vintage. It almost looks woolly, doesn't it? It's very, very nice. Then you've got a lovely... Oh, now how would we do teal?
Teal.
Yeah, lovely teal. Then a gorgeous lime green. And then this rich golden kind of orange, which looks like, yes, it's pussycat orange, isn't it? Completely and utterly. Then you've got your... This I love. It's like a sort of slightly bronzy orange. It's got almost like a metallic kind of sheen to it. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? And then this. Again, they're all really lovely tones of colour. The one at the end, what would we call this one at the end? I think this is more of a sort of... it's like a dark cherry, actually.
Cherry plummy kind of.
Yes, plummy. Yes, a little plummy as well. Gorgeous. £7.95. Now, remember, in length, these are 8 3/4 yards, and if my memory serves me correctly, there's about, is it 0.9 of a metre per the yard, I think, ish, which would make that, anyway, lots. Yeah, 0.9. So 8 3/4 yards is going to be about 8.5, maybe slightly less, metres. And, of course, if you're splitting your skeins by 3... So you'd have 3 lots of 2. Oh, here we go again. You know what I mean.
I'm glad it's not just me.
Shall I give up while I'm ahead? Right. Let's just go right the way back to the beginning, just to remind you of some details of one of the first books that we featured in this out. Look at the time. It's going so quick, you may as well stay for the rest now. Look, it's 1:45. Premiere today, 1,000 cross-stitch motifs. This is such a delicious book. It has all of the charts in colour in them and some amazing motifs. There's like emojis, there's people, there's alphabets. Oh, was that zodiac signs there? Oh, there's all sorts of things you'll see. You're going to have to get this book, aren't you? You've just got to get it. It's brilliant. And in the back, you've got all of your alphabets and whatever. It's brilliant. Love it. Now, listen, you've got to get it. You got to get it. I'm not showing you anymore. You've got to get it. MDSP 51.
I'd say that one would be my pick of the show. That one. If you're going to get one thing, get that.
Love it. Right. Okay. Time for
get the thread.
Another book.
Lovely.
Stitch, Fabric and Thread. Which one's that one?
That is.
Is Hannah making this up as she goes along?
She's carried away.
You've invented a book.
This book, with all my bright orange stickies coming out, is just amazing, this book.
Elizabeth Healy, this time around.
This book. So in this one, we've got, it's 160 pages of its inspiration, its practical step-by-steps, it's a little bit of history, it's a little bit of know-how. So if you're at all interested in textile design, working with textiles, doing different things with fabrics and threads, you kind of want to go a little bit off-piste yourself, you might have been to somewhere like Festival of Quilts and seen some of the quilt art.
Now, I'm just going to borrow yours just
This is it.
briefly because you have a copy, I don't, which is... That's fine. I can get one. $14.95, I can get one. But things like this. Varsity letters. That's really good, actually. Very, very nice indeed. Let's just have a quick flip through some of these. Oh, actually, sorry. They're headings, aren't they? It does go into a lot more detail. I keep flicking to headings there. Oh, raised stitches. Now, I've seen this kind of texture in fabrics before, in clothing, should I say. I sell fashion elsewhere.
Yes.
And I've seen that kind of, I forget what the texture's called actually, but I've seen it in fabrics and it's really, really nice. So it's great to be able to do it in smaller scale projects as well. So these are all different types of stitching and methods?
Different types of, yes, exactly, different techniques and stitches. A lot of these are very old techniques as well,
yeah,
that have a lot of history behind them.
Yeah.
Dyeing, oh, I love these.
Oh, is that like Dreamcatcher kind of thing?
Kind of, yeah, I think those are Dorset buttons.
Ah.
And so these are things that are all really part of our textile and sewing heritage.
Yeah.
And it's giving you a sort of in-depth look into them, about how to make them.
Uh-huh.
I love this more than stitches section.
Oh, now we're venturing into jewellery maker world again here. Shibori, which is a big method in jewellery making, yeah. I know, where there's a crossover between fabric and jewellery. And I'm just going to take you right back towards the beginning, actually. You have to forgive the little flags, because this is Jenny's book.
Yeah, can't help myself.
And there are certain parts that we'll focus in on if the other one arrives. So what is fabric? What's the difference between, open weave, cotton and linen, all of that kind of thing, which I think, actually, if you're moving into a fabric world, is very good to understand, isn't it?
Oh,
the difference between
these,
fabrics.
Mounted in hoops.
Great, aren't they? Fantastic. So
it takes you back to basics, but then advances you so much further forward as well than you would normally expect to be. So you can dive in. So what I love about this and what I love about a good book is one that kind of grows with you and advances with you. Yeah. So as you learn new techniques.
Let's pick out some of your flags, shall we? As you've marked them.
I had quite a difficult time trying to. Yes.
The importance of sketchbooks.
I thought this was a really lovely, actually, this whole, what we call sort of spread here, this double-page spread. Yeah. Because on this side, we've got the importance of sketchbooks, and it's going right back to inspiration and designing, about keeping your rule and putting your ideas down. But opposite it, it's this great technical step-by-step of how a sewing machine works, of how the thread actually catches. So I thought this was a very good demonstration of the breadth of this book as well.
Definitely. It really goes to each end of the scale, doesn't it? Completely and utterly. So, exploring straight stitches.
So straight stitch. So, for example, you use sort of a straight stitch or a running stitch or a back stitch or something, which we all do as part of any kind of sewing or quilting. And this is kind of saying, well, here's all the other things that you can do with it. There's so much to do. And not just saying, here's a little bit of it, but I just love whoever has put this book together has done an amazing job of researching.
Fabulous. I'm just going to whiz, because obviously we're running out of time, so I'm just going to whiz through to some others. Pleats, folds and pinches. Again, this is sort of, sort of going back to sort of shibori and adding texture into fabrics as well, isn't it?
Fabric manipulation is big. Wonderful.
Texture and illusion. We talked about 3D in one of the other books, didn't we, earlier on? Yeah. Which is lovely. And just very, very finally, sorry to rush on, but we're running out of time. Okay, visual. I love that. Stitches. Absolutely visual on your stitches there. How to create them in pictures, which I think is brilliant.
There's a stitch here I'd never heard of called Mennonite tacks, which I'd never heard. So I thought, I've never heard of that. So as I said, it really takes you beyond, from basics to beyond, as far as you want to go.
There it is. Mennonite tacks and more in Stitch Fabric and Thread by Elizabeth Healy, £14.95. HISP 64.
Oh, a little bit more.
Right, okay. We have got some Kaffe Fassett books, which we haven't got time to bring you right now. We will bring the details up for you, but we've got time for some Kaffe fabric. Yeah, of course we have, absolutely. It's a charm pack, and even I know not to mess with a Kaffe charm pack, so I shan't, but I will give you the essences of what we have all of the way through this. Oh, delicious. You just want to see more, don't you? You see the smallest amount, and you just want to see more, and more. 42 pieces. All called, this called Sunshine, this, right? This, honestly, it's screaming to be opened. At £20.95. Can you hear it? Screaming, open me!
Open me!
Open me! £20.95. Well, you know, why not? Listen, I couldn't, if I was in a shop and I couldn't do this, I wouldn't buy it. So, I'm going to assume the same for you, if that's all right. And I'm going to open the charm pack completely
the store's champion.
Right, I'll take you through. What have we got? 42 pieces here at £20.95. So we'll have a little quick flick through them.
Yeah.
Beautiful. 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 Oh, these in threes, are they? Hang on. Lovely.
Wow.
Oh, hello. Ooh la la. That's great, isn't it? Fantastic. Almost like a sort of a bunting look there. You've got
The
dots,
variety is astonishing.
florals. Look at the colours there. Amazing, aren't they? There she is again. Lovely. Some of those techniques in the last book, of course, you could employ with these fabrics. Phenomenal. 42 pieces, 5-inch squares in this charm pack. Look at that. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm in so much trouble for opening this, but there you go. Never mind. Hey-ho. If I never come back, if you never see me again, that you'll know why. He opened too many charm packs.
Okay.
That's what it was.
happened.
We're not having him back again. It's costing us a fortune in charm packs. Look at that. Beautiful. I've got to show the other one, though. It's got a huge variety. It'll be me that puts that away, though, I promise. One more to show you. I won't open this one, just to save myself some work. This is nice. This is called Shade. Again, it's Free Spirit. And it's another Kaffe. Beautiful. Oh, look at the colours. Right, okay, let's see how much I can show you. This will be a bit like a strip tease where I only just pull the strap down on the shoulder and you see nothing else. You'd be grateful for that if it was me. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's nice, isn't it? Love that.
Beautiful chevron.
Very geometric. Gorgeous. Lovely. And so it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. All of those gorgeous colours, all of which, and now, of course, you know, all of the pieces in a charm pack are all designed to beautifully contrast and to match up with each other, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. This all works together. So these amazing inky blues and greens and so on. It's kind of done that job for you.
Yeah. Maybe you know. Actually, I was told earlier when I opened the 100-piece. Well, reordered the 100-piece charm pack, which even you, I saw your eyes when I did it and thought, I've broken some kind of fabric law here. The quilt that I have to make for upsetting that other charm pack, maybe...
The only one you haven't opened yet.
Maybe it's a Kaffe. Maybe it's a Kaffe quilt. Yeah, I mean, if I open this, then technically it's mine, isn't it? What do you think? £20.95. I've had so much fun today, and I hope you have as well. Now, it's been very, very busy. We've had lots and lots of premieres. Remember, all the way through the morning, we've had new tools, we've had storage, we've had quilting, we've had books galore. So, I mean, you could really build up a massive reference library today, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Jenny, when are you back with us?
I'm not sure yet. I think I'll be back soonish.
I hope you are. I hope you are.
Yes.
Thank you for keeping me company all morning. Because it's been fantastic. We've learnt a lot, haven't we, actually?
Yes.
Except we still don't have our AIDA answer, which is a bit of a shame, really. So if any of you comes up with it, go onto our Facebook page and you can pop a post on there about that. Just go and look for Sewing Quarter. We're on everything now, aren't we? We're on Instagram and Pinterest and Twitter and Facebook, and just search Sewing Quarter and you will find all the details. Have we got a menu for tomorrow? Oh, we haven't got a menu for tomorrow. John, tomorrow. It's the Alice Caroline special tomorrow on the Sewing Quarter.
Exciting.
Fantastic. We're all looking forward to that. So that will be from 8 o'clock in the morning. I will be back with you on, Liberty Prints as well in that. Fantastic. Make sure you're there. I will see you again on Monday. John's with you with Alice tomorrow. My thanks to Jenny and my thanks to you. Have a great day, whatever you're doing. And we'll see you back here soon at the Sewing Quarter.
Tune in on Sunday the 2nd of July as we welcome a very special guest to the Sewing Quarter studio. Anna Sanders from fabric specialist Alice Caroline will be dropping in to show us some of their fabulous Liberty prints and exciting project ideas. Over 2 shows, Anna will reveal some of the finest designs from the Alice Caroline studio. From fashion to home decor, these unique creations are all available in handy kits, so you can make your own Liberty masterpieces at home. So join us and Anna Sanders for this Alice Caroline showcase, Sunday the 2nd of July at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.